Chapter 1. Under the blood-red light screen, in a misty forest, two teenagers were in their teens. Both of them had unkempt hair and dirty faces. Their clothes were ragged, and some parts of their bodies were even wrapped in tree bark. Their bodies were riddled with scars. But the two didn't care about this because they were fighting. The battle between the two of them did not have any exquisite moves, nor did it have any powerful aura. There was only the viciousness of their fists hitting the flesh and the ruthlessness of their moves. There was a square box lying on the ground beside them, and a faint golden light was flickering on its surface. There were also a few cold bodies lying nearby. They were fighting over this box. "Ling Shiqi, you've been away from the team for a few days and haven't eaten. You and I have the same cultivation, but I have more stamina than you. Give up, if you keep fighting, you'll be the one to die." The youth with the broken sword was gradually unable to hold on and shouted. "No 31, are you scared? On this blood-mist island, only one of us can live." Ling Shiqi's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly. Then he sent out his right palm that flashed with spirit light. "You're courting death." No 31 stabbed out with the broken sword in his hand. Although it was a broken sword, the sword style was fierce. Unexpectedly, Ling Shiqi didn't dodge and allowed the broken sword to leave a long sword mark in front of him. At the same time, Ling Shiqi's palm hit No 31's left shoulder. Crazy. No 31 didn't think that Ling Shiqi would dare to exchange injury for injury and take a solid hit. At this moment, his entire left arm drooped down and was temporarily crippled. He knew that this was Ling Shiqi's spirit technique, threefold water wave palm. 3 palm strikes in a row, each one stronger than the last. Ling Shiqi didn't say a word, the spirit light in his right palm flashed again. Seeing that Ling Shiqi wasn't going to let him go, No 31's eyes showed a bit of madness. "Ha!" He roared and stabbed out with the broken sword, aiming for Ling Shiqi's heart. Bang! Puchi! Ling Shiqi's palm hit Wu 31's body. At the same time, a hidden force rushed into his body, shattering his heart meridians. However, Ling Shiqi was also stabbed in the heart by the broken sword. Both sides suffered great losses. "Are you satisfied now? Cough, we'll die together, but the cultivation technique will be taken advantage of by others." Wu 31 said unwillingly, his voice getting weaker and weaker. Ling Shiqi continued to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled coldly. "No, my threefold palms have already shattered your heart meridians. You are dead for sure. But didn't you notice that your sword had stabbed into something? You. Wu 31 finally realized that his broken sword had stabbed into something hard. Then, he spat out a big mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. However, Ling Shiqi did not have a good time either. Although the heart protection mirror in front of his chest helped him block the fatal blow, No 31's sword did indeed pierce his heart. Even though it was just a little bit, it made him weak and bleed non-stop. Ling Shiqi's eyes flashed with a strong desire to live. He covered his wound with one hand, trying to reduce the bleeding as much as possible. At the same time, he picked up the square box on the ground, the broken sword and the bag on Wu 31 and was about to leave. He suddenly heard a few footsteps. "Someone is coming. What do I do?" Ling Shiqi could not help but panic. In his current state, he could not run fast. In his panic, a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his mind. "Dong. Fantasy lottery system activated. Activating the system to give you a free unlimited lottery. 1 initial bag. The system has detected that the host's vital signs are severely declining. 10 system coins will be used to treat the host." Then, a warm current suddenly appeared in his body. The injuries on his body quickly healed. The fatal wound on his heart was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Shiqi did not know the specific reason, but now was not the time to think about it. Taking advantage of the fact that the others had not arrived, he used all his strength to enter the nearby forest. In the forest, Ling Shiqi ran with familiarity. Not long after, he arrived in front of a towering tree that required several people to wrap their arms around it. Using the last bit of spiritual energy in his body, he jumped up and landed on a thick branch. Soon after, he leaped up continuously and landed on a high branch. Pulling aside the thick leaves, he revealed a dark hole. Leng Shiqi did not hesitate to enter. This was a tree hole that he found by chance. It was his hiding place. The tree hole was dark, cold and damp, but Leng Shiqi felt unusually warm. Because, he was finally safe. Finally, he survived. After resting for a while, Leng Shiqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first thing he immediately thought of was the thing that saved his life, the system. When he thought of the system, a translucent light screen appeared in front of him. The words, "Fantasy Lottery System," were written on it. Below it was his own information, name, Leng Shiqi, Lu Xingji, cultivation level, spirit gathering level 7 cultivation method, unranked cultivation method spiritual chi technique item, starter gift pack system currency, -10. Seeing this, Leng Shiqi's first reaction was not excitement or surprise. Instead, he thought of a question. When was the system activated? How did it activate? For him who had transmigrated, the word system was not unfamiliar. It was not strange for him to have a cheat when he transmigrated. But he had been in this world for almost a year. Why did the system suddenly activate at this time? After thinking for a while, Leng Shiqi was suddenly shocked and muttered to himself. Could it be that the system only activates when I am on the verge of death? No, if I had more spiritual energy at number 31, or if I did not have the heart protection mirror, I would really be dead. Thinking of the heart protection mirror, he reached out and took out a silver heart protection mirror. The heart protection mirror was the size of a palm. It was smooth, but there was a hole in the middle. Leng Shiqi stared at the heart protection mirror. He could not help but feel a chill on his back and gasped. His heart was injured at that time, so he must have bled. But now, there was not a trace of blood on the heart protection mirror. The system suddenly activated because it absorbed the blood from my heart. A system that could only be activated by absorbing the blood from one's heart did not look like a good person. For a moment, Leng Shiqi felt a little uneasy. He lowered his head slightly and thought about how to deal with the system. Forget it. The system's appearance is a great opportunity for me. Even if its appearance is very strange, even if it will harm me in the future, at least it saved me once. Moreover, in a dangerous place like Blood Mist Island, it is not up to me. I just want to live. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi felt a little relieved. He then sat cross-legged and recovered his spiritual energy. On Blood Mist Island, he had to keep himself in peak condition as much as possible. This was a lesson learned by blood. After about 2 hours, Leng Shiqi's spiritual energy was fully recovered. Only then did he call out the system to study it. First of all, Leng Shiqi was very satisfied that the system could not speak. This meant that the system did not have a consciousness of its own. Moreover, his system was very simple. It was like a very ordinary game interface. Some places were directly explained with words. The core of the fantasy lucky draw system was the word lucky draw. The lottery required the use of system coins. System coins could only be obtained by selling items to the system. The prizes from the lottery were all from fictional worlds. Currently, the system could only perform the beginner lottery, which required 10 system coins. When Leng Shiqi saw that his system coins were -10, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Now, he could not even try because the system had already overdrawn 10 system coins to heal him. Then, Leng Shiqi took out the broken sword that he had just snatched. Then, a line of words appeared on the system screen, "It is worth 3 system coins. Would you like to sell it?" "No," Leng Shiqi quickly said. One had to know how rare a weapon was on Blood Fog Island. Even a broken sword was relatively precious. He could not just sell it casually. According to the system's calculation, he had to sell 7 items of the same value as the broken sword to be able to draw once. Obviously, it was unrealistic to rely on the system coins for the lottery in a short period of time. Fortunately, the system had just notified him that there was a free lottery and a novice gift bag. Leng Shiqi took a deep breath. With a look of anticipation, he clicked on the lottery page. There were only two options. One was the beginner lottery, which was currently grayed out. The other was unlimited lottery. There was a question mark at the end. Unlimited lottery. Leng Shiqi was a little confused. He immediately clicked on the question mark at the end. Unlimited lottery is a lottery option that costs 1,000 system coins. It will be free when the system is first activated or upgraded. Unlimited lottery means that there is no upper or lower limit. It is possible to draw a god-level prize or a beginner prize. Leng Shiqi's eyes narrowed slightly. The system's words revealed a lot of information. The system will be free to upgrade, which means that the system can be upgraded. There are also different levels of lottery. There might be a god-level lottery in the future. This unlimited lottery depends a little on luck. The upper limit is very high, and the lower limit is also very low. Whether I win or lose depends entirely on luck. I wonder how my luck is. Leng Shiqi raised his hand, pointed at unlimited lottery, and pressed it down. Unlimited lottery, begin. When Leng Shiqi clicked on the lottery option, the system flashed with a rainbow-colored light. After a few seconds, the light suddenly disappeared. Congratulations to the host for drawing a god-level prize, unlimited skill points. Activating the spiritual skills supplementary system in advance. Chapter 2. A God-tier prize. Unlimited skill points. Leng Shiqi could not help but exclaim. However, he immediately covered his mouth. Although the tree hole was hidden, his voice could still be heard. It would be bad if someone was nearby. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had drawn a god-tier prize. What was unlimited skill points? In his previous life, he had played many games. Skill points were very important resources in games. They could even determine the development direction of a character in the game. Even though he had lived 2 lives, experienced time travel, lost his memory, and fought for nearly a year on Blood Fog Island, he could not help but lose his composure. However, this was not a game, but a real world. He did not know if unlimited skill points would make a difference. Leng Shiqi immediately found a new, spiritual skill system in the system. There was only one spiritual skill in it. Unranked spiritual skill, threefold palm, mastery plus. The bottom right corner showed the number of skill points, 999999999. Seeing the series of numbers, Leng Shiqi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then, he looked at the plus sign behind the word, mastery. He subconsciously reached out his finger and tapped on the plus sign. In the next moment, Leng Shiqi's vision turned black. He felt the world spin. In the blink of an eye, he was in a gray space, and he was standing straight here. However, Leng Shiqi found that he could not control himself at all. He could not even move his finger or blink his eyes. Faced with this situation, Leng Shiqi quickly calmed down. This body is not my body. So my consciousness has been pulled into this space. What does this have to do with leveling up spiritual skills? Leng Shiqi thought to himself, carefully observing and analyzing. Then, himself suddenly began to move. Leng Shiqi raised his arm. His palm flashed with spiritual light, and he suddenly slapped out. Then, he slapped out 2 more times. This is the threefold water ripple palm. What a strange feeling. I can't control this body, but I can feel every movement clearly. It's as if I'm doing it myself. Gradually, Leng Shiqi found that his movements were becoming more and more skillful. The connection between each palm was becoming smoother and smoother. Not long after, he had performed several sets of threefold palms. Then, the Leng Shiqi's movements became faster and faster, as if time had sped up. I see. Leng Shiqi seemed to understand something. After Leng Shiqi practiced the threefold water ripple palm over 100 times, his vision went black again, and his consciousness returned to his body. Leng Shiqi immediately stood up after getting used to it. He poked his head out to observe the sky for a while before retracting it. It seems like it hasn't been that long, he muttered to himself. After he left the gray space, the first thing he thought of was if his consciousness entered the gray space to cultivate spiritual techniques, what would he do if his main body encountered danger? Fortunately, it didn't take long. Next time, I'll have to think of a way to test the approximate time. Then, he opened the system page to take a look. The threefold water ripple palms level had indeed become small success. As expected of a god-tier prize. The cultivation of spiritual techniques in this world was divided into 5 stages: beginner, expert, small success, large success, and great perfection. Generally speaking, no matter how talented you were, as long as you worked hard, you could cultivate your spiritual technique to the small success stage. The only difference was the amount of time it would take. However, if you wanted to cultivate to the large success stage, or even the higher great perfection stage, just hard work wasn't enough. You also needed to understand and feel. To put it bluntly, it was about comprehension. The higher one's comprehension, the smoother their cultivation of spiritual techniques would be. But on Blood Fog Island, even people with high comprehension didn't have much time to cultivate their spiritual techniques. This was because just surviving would take up a lot of time. Survival, cultivation, and healing were at the top of the list. Cultivation of spiritual techniques came last. Therefore, Leng Shiqi cultivated the threefold water ripple palm for more than half a year before he reached the expert stage. Then, Leng Shiqi tidied up the things in the tree hole, including the broken sword, wooden box, and some food and water. He used a very thin soft branch to tie these things together and tied them to the top of the tree hole. Leng Shiqi estimated that if this continued, the branch would break in about 10 breaths. Taking advantage of this, he hurriedly opened the system and chose to upgrade the threefold water ripple palm again. As expected, Leng Shiqi's consciousness came to the gray space again. This time, he was a little more used to it. Leng Shiqi began to cultivate the threefold water ripple palm without hesitation. His movements were also much faster. What was different this time was that a part of the comprehension also entered Leng Shiqi's mind. It was as if he had comprehended it himself. After an unknown amount of time, Leng Shiqi's consciousness returned. The first thing he did was to look up. The things that were tied up were still hanging on the tree. After a few breaths, the branch broke and the things fell. Although Leng Shiqi had some guesses before, he was still shocked when he saw this result. It seems that the time I spent in the gray space was very short. I'm afraid it was only 3 or 4 breaths. In the dark tree hole, Leng Shiqi's eyes were abnormally bright. Again. After a few breaths, his threefold water ripple palm had reached the great perfection realm. Moreover, he unexpectedly felt that his arms seemed to have become a little stronger. It wasn't an obvious increase in strength. It was the kind of feeling that one's muscles would naturally become stronger after practicing martial arts for a long time. At this time, Leng Shiqi was very curious. How many people could cultivate a non-ranked spiritual technique to the great perfection realm? People with this kind of understanding wouldn't waste time cultivating such a low-ranked spiritual technique to this level. And those with bad understanding wouldn't be able to cultivate it to the great perfection realm. Of course, he was looking forward to the power of the threefold water ripple palm at the great perfection realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't know until he fought it. After collecting his thoughts, Leng Shiqi began to count his other gains. He first called out the system and opened the free starter gift bag. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fine iron sword, basic sword technique, 3 golden sword medicine, and 3 spirit recovery powder. Would you like to receive them? Yes. Immediately, a sword, a white book, and 6 small bags suddenly appeared in front of Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi picked up the fine iron sword and casually tested it a few times. He felt that it was quite comfortable and circulated his spiritual energy into the fine iron sword. It's a spiritual weapon, a level 1 spiritual weapon. Ling Shiqi's brows furrowed in joy. Weapons on Blood Mist Island were rare resources. It was already rare to have an ordinary weapon that wasn't ranked, and a genuine spiritual weapon was even rarer. The 3 yellow paper bags contained golden sore medicine, and the 3 white paper bags contained spirit recovery powder. 1 for healing, 1 for restoring spiritual energy, 1 for external application, and 1 for oral consumption. They seemed to be a good match. Ling Shiqi nodded in satisfaction. Then he picked up the broken sword from before and the message appeared in front of him again. It's worth 3 system coins. Would you like to sell it? Yes. The broken sword in his hands suddenly disappeared without a trace. Ling Shiqi's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Where did the things given by the system come from? Where did the things that were sold to the system go? Creating things out of thin air and disappearing into thin air. What level of cultivation does one have to be to do this? Ling Shiqi thought about a lot of things. In the end, he decided that he shouldn't rely on the system too much in the future. He should always be vigilant against the system. Finally, Ling Shiqi picked up the shining golden box that he had risked his life to obtain. Chapter 3. In the center of Blood Fog Island, there was a 5-story blood tower. Every half a month, it would spit out all kinds of cultivation resources for everyone to fight over. After nearly a year of experience, everyone knew that different colors corresponded to different cultivation resources. Among them, the gold color corresponded to a cultivation technique manual. Ling Shiqi, who had been cultivating for nearly a year, urgently wanted to obtain a cultivation technique because the current cultivation techniques were too lousy. Ling Shiqi opened the box. Inside lay a yellow-covered book. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the corners were a little damaged. The words, "mountain-shattering energy," were written on the cover. Suddenly, Ling Shiqi found that his state of mind had improved a lot. If he had not obtained the system, he would have been wild with joy, but now he was very calm. Ling Shiqi smiled and picked up the cultivation technique manual. The golden light on the box disappeared. He opened the first page of the cultivation technique and raised it above his head. With the help of the faint light outside the tree hole, he slowly studied it. He read for about 2 hours. Ling Shiqi only put down the cultivation technique manual when his eyes were sore. This was a very ordinary cultivation technique. Mountains could not collapse, but it could indeed quickly purify spiritual power. It was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the pure spirit realm. Currently, the cultivation realms he knew were only the spirit gathering realm, the pure spirit realm, and the spirit transformation realm. There were definitely higher realms, but they were too far away. It was useless even if he knew. Next, he could not wait to start cultivating the mountain-shattering energy. This cultivation session lasted for 2 days. After cultivating the new cultivation technique, Ling Shiqi's cultivation was still at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, but the spiritual power in his body was much more condensed. He had also reached the peak of the 7th level. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm in a few days. Unfortunately, he had run out of food and water. He had to go out and collect some. There were not many edible things on Blood Fog Island. Most of them were wild fruits, roots, and leaves of plants. Those who had lived here for a while could recognize what was edible. There was even less water. Moreover, it was not only humans who needed water, but also monsters. Food could be gathered nearby, but water would be a risk. Ling Shiqi first called out the system and looked at his information. Name, Ling Shiqi, Lu Xingji, cultivation level, 7th layer of the Spirit Gathering Realm Cultivation Method, Rank 1 Cultivation Method Mountain Shattering Force Spiritual Technique, Great Perfection of Spiritual Technique, Triple Fold Water Palm, Perfection of Basic Sword Technique, a spiritual skill that is not ranked, System Coins, 7 Ling Shiqi smiled with satisfaction. He was now much stronger than he was 2 days ago, and he had a spirit weapon in hand. As long as he was careful, he should not be in too much danger just by collecting some food and water. Then he picked up 2 animal skin bags and a small package. He held the fine iron sword tightly in his hand and carefully observed for a while before jumping out of the tree hole. There was only one water source nearby. It was a small pool with many wild fruits around it. It was a good place to go. The closer he got to the water source, the slower Ling Shiqi's speed became. When he cautiously approached the water source, he did not act rashly. Instead, he hid himself and calmly observed. The forest was dense, so there might be other people. Sure enough, not long after, there was a rustling sound not far away. There are people. Ling Shiqi was even more careful in hiding. After careful observation, he discovered that there were 3 people hiding behind a tree not far away. After a while, 2 people, one tall and one short, walked out. They were back to back, cautiously approaching the pool. As they walked, they took off the water bags on their waists. The 2 people took off several water bags and continuously filled them with water. At this moment, there was a sudden whistle. The 2 people who were fetching water looked at each other and knew that things were not good. There are demonic beasts. Let's go. The tall youth's expression tensed up. He did not care about the water bag he was holding and turned to run. The other person also followed closely behind in a panic. Demonic beasts were like a sharp sword hanging over everyone's head. Demonic beasts were all abnormally fierce and had thick skin. They were very dangerous. More importantly, fighting with demonic beasts would cause a lot of commotion, especially near the water source. There might be other people or demonic beasts. Once a fight started, it might attract more danger. If a spirit cultivator was attracted, they would only hide in the dark and wait for both sides to be injured before reaping the benefits. This kind of thing was not uncommon on Blood Mist Island. It's the bone-horn beast. Ling Shiqi, who was hiding in the dark, saw a demonic beast half the height of a person walking over. Its appearance was similar to a lizard, but there was a 3-inch long horn on its head. The horn was grayish-white and had a bony feel. This was the hardest part of the bone-horn beast's body and its most advantageous weapon. If one was stabbed by it, they would either die or be injured. It could be said that it was one of the more difficult ordinary demonic beasts to deal with. When the bone-horn beast saw someone, its eyes immediately turned red. It roared and rushed towards the 2 people. Ling Shiqi immediately held his breath and lowered his body. After the bone-horn beast chased for a while, he revealed his body and hurried to the pool. The bone-horn beast made such a big commotion that it attracted attention. Now was the best time to get water. He first filled the 2 water bags he brought, then picked up the water bags left behind by the 2 people and continued to fill them up. He filled a total of 4 bags. Ah! At this moment, a sharp scream came from not far away. Ling Shiqi's expression did not change. He knew that the 3 people must have already fought with the bone-horn beast and that someone was injured. At this moment, Ling Shiqi hesitated for a moment. Then, his eyes narrowed and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He quietly moved over. Since there were already casualties, he had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The 3 people had a lot of supplies on them. When Ling Shiqi arrived near the battlefield, there was already a corpse lying on the ground. It was the short youth. There was a fist-sized bloody hole in his abdomen. Blood was flowing out as if it was free of charge. It seemed that the bone-horn beast had poked a hole in his abdomen. The one in charge of keeping watch was a small and thin youth. It was unknown what spirit technique he cultivated, but his movements were very agile. He relied on a few trees to firmly pin down the bone-horn beast. The tall youth's face was full of anger. He took the opportunity to jump onto the bone-horn beast's back. He punched out with both fists. His fists made a ka-ka sound. 8 Echo's fist. His fists landed heavily. The bone-horn beast's horns were very tough, but the other parts of its body were very weak. The tall youth's punches had already split open the bone-horn beast's back. However, this was not fatal to the bone-horn beast. Instead, it stimulated its bestial nature. The bone-horn beast saw that it could not shake him off and actually slammed into a tree beside it. The bone-horn beast's movements were too fast for the tall youth to react. Boom! The thick and sturdy tree was broken in half by the impact. The bone-horn beast was not in a good state. The plants on Blood Fog Island were not ordinary. It was also injured from the collision. It seemed that its bones were broken. It lay on the ground motionless, but the red light in its eyes was even brighter. The tall youth was even more miserable. His entire upper body was badly mutilated. It was as if he was soaked in a pool of blood. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling. It seemed that he was about to die. Little Six, go, second brother. Ah! The skinny youth, who was Little Six, shouted angrily. He took out a dagger and quickly rushed to the bone-horn beast's side. He stabbed its head again and again. The bone-horn beast could not move. It could only roar and let him attack. He was also very smart. He specifically targeted the weakest parts of the beast. Soon, the bone-horn beast was dead. Huff huff. Little Six panted heavily and sat on the ground. His face was full of grief and anger. Seeing such a good opportunity, Ling Shichi was about to go out and pick up the leftovers when the sound of clapping rang out. Clap clap clap. Chapter 4. On the Blood Fog Island, killing demonic beasts was a huge loss. If they were in the outside world, the bone-horn beast's body would be valuable, especially the bone horn. It was definitely a good material for refining weapons. Unfortunately, this was the Blood Fog Island. Everyone here was a teenager. How could anyone know how to refine pills or refine weapons? Even if they did, they couldn't make bricks without straw. They had paid the price of 2 lives to kill a demonic beast, but they had gained nothing. Sigh. Little Six sighed. He knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He immediately took the resources from his second brother and fourth brother and was about to leave. Suddenly, something happened. Clap, clap, clap. What an emotional drama. At this moment, 3 people walked out of the forest. The leader smiled and clapped his hands with a mocking expression. Yen 9. Little Six's face darkened when he saw the newcomer. Yen 36, you're really something. When you return, you'll be the leader. Yen 9's lips curled into an evil smile. I don't know what you're talking about. Now that I'm in your hands, there's nothing to say. Since we know each other, all the resources here belong to you. Let me live. Little Six's face changed slightly. He took off his bag and water bag. Yen 9 shook his head and smiled. I couldn't tell. Yen 36, who only dared to hide behind me, has become like this. Actually, you discovered the bone-horn beast long ago. You only sent the signal when it approached the pool. Now that both of them are dead, you'll be the leader of the team when we return. Am I right? Yen 36's face changed. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Yen 9. That's enough. When you die, all the resources will naturally be mine. Yen 9 waved his hand. The 2 people behind him immediately jumped out and pounced on Yen 36. Yen 9 looked around and finally, his gaze fell on a certain direction. Ling Shichi's heart sank. Yen 9 was looking in his direction. I've been discovered. Ling Shichi smiled bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect that 3 parties would come to collect water at the same time. This is too rare. The Blood Fog Island was neither too big nor too small. It was rare to encounter such a situation. Since he was discovered, Ling Shichi didn't bother to hide anymore. He clenched his fine iron sword and walked out confidently. He had heard of Yan Jiu before. Yan Jiu belonged to the strongest group in the area and was an expert who had already reached the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Being targeted by a spirit cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, there was no way to escape. Generally speaking, a small team would consist of about 5 to 10 people. The cultivation level of the team members was generally at the 5th or 6th level of the spirit gathering realm, while the team leader was at the 7th or 8th level. As for those below the 5th layer, they could only fend for themselves. No team would take in those with weak cultivation. As for Yan Jiu, he had 9 members in his team. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of spirit gathering realm. Every single one of them was capable of forming a small team on their own. This kind of strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among the teams in this area. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Yan Jiu came up and greeted him warmly. He gave people the feeling that he was a big brother next door. Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi didn't hide it. Everyone had their own code name engraved on their wrists. Anyone who looked closely would be able to see it. "Brother Leng, your sword looks pretty good. I wonder if you can lend it to me for a look." "Don't worry, you should have heard of me, Yan Jiu. You should know that I don't force people to do things against their will," Yan Jiu said with a smile. Leng Shiqi sneered in his heart, "I'm afraid that those who see you force people against their will all die." He knew that Yan Jiu had taken a fancy to his fine iron sword. This sword was given to him by the system. Although the name was very old-fashioned, the sword was slender and the blade emitted a cold aura. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary sword. On the Blood Fog Island, it was already good to have a normal weapon. Even Yan Jiu coveted this kind of ranked spirit weapon. "There's no point in talking." Leng Shiqi shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Yan Jiu. He definitely wouldn't hand over the sword. In fact, whether he handed it over or not, they wouldn't let him go. Right now, he could only fight. Leng Shiqi made the first move. Yan Jiu sneered in disdain, thinking that Leng Shiqi was overestimating himself. With a shake of his right hand, a short knife slid out of his sleeve. There were 2 or 3 cracks on the blade. No wonder he coveted Leng Shiqi's fine iron sword so much. Yan Jiu didn't care about Leng Shiqi's sword at first because it didn't have any sword moves. He had 10 ways to dodge it. However, when he closed the distance, he realized that something was wrong. This sword was aimed at his vitals, but he didn't know which vitals it was aimed at. This sword seemed to have locked onto several vitals at the same time. It was as if it could change direction at any time. It was very difficult to predict. Strange. Yan Jiu thought to himself. However, he knew that his cultivation was much higher than his opponent's, so he decided to attack. He poured all of his spiritual energy into the short knife, causing it to shine brightly. Chi! Yan Jiu was stunned. He didn't expect that Leng Shiqi's sword had been slightly deflected, and the tip of the sword had pierced into his wrist. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Yan Jiu's short knife was already in front of Leng Shiqi. It was only a few inches away. However, those few inches were like the end of the world. Leng Shiqi changed from a stab to a flick and broke the tendons in Yan Jiu's hand. "Ah!" Yan Jiu screamed and dropped the short knife in his hand. The basic sword technique at the level of great perfection was so powerful. However, Yan Jiu was at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm after all. He didn't care about his right hand anymore. He immediately formed a fist with his left hand. The fist was so fierce that it even caused a tiger's roar. Leng Shiqi's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He didn't dodge and went straight for the attack. Threefold palm. At this moment, the threefold palm, at the level of great perfection, had been merged into one. The palm seemed simple and unadorned, but once it hit, the palm energy would be endless. 3 waves of spiritual energy would enter the enemy's body. Each wave was 3 times stronger than the previous one. The fist and the palm collided, producing a dull sound. Then, both of them retreated. Leng Shiqi retreated more than 10 steps. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The force of Yan Jiu's punch rushed into his body. However, he was prepared and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to counteract it. He still suffered some internal injuries. He only felt that his entire right arm was numb and his meridians were aching. He couldn't even hold the fine iron sword steadily. However, Yan Jiu was even worse. At this moment, Yan Jiu's entire left arm was twisted strangely. It was as if his bones were dislocated in several places. It was very miserable. Leng Shiqi's threefold palm, at the level of great perfection, turned the palm energy into 3 waves of hidden force that entered the opponent's body. It directly destroyed the insides of the body. Yan Jiu didn't take Leng Shiqi's palm seriously because of his high cultivation level. He didn't even take any precautions. He allowed the 3 waves of hidden force to enter his left arm and wantonly destroy his meridians and bones. Now, his entire arm was crippled. Although it seemed like a long time, it had only been a dozen breaths since the two of them started fighting. Yan Jiu, who was at the 9th level of spirit gathering, had actually lost both his arms. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Leng Shiqi obviously couldn't miss this opportunity. He endured the pain in his body and charged forward. As long as he killed Yan Jiu, he was confident that he could escape from the other two who were only at the 7th level of spirit gathering. Save me! Yan Jiu saw Leng Shiqi charging over and shouted loudly. Then, he actually turned around and ran toward the other two. At this moment, the two people surrounding Yen 36 suddenly realized that in the blink of an eye, their boss had been defeated by someone at the 7th level of spirit gathering. Yan Jiu, who was at the 9th level of spirit gathering, had been severely injured in just a few moves. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. The two of them immediately thought of something. They knew Yan Jiu's strength very well. Seeing that he could easily defeat their leader, wouldn't they be courting death if they went over? However, if they didn't save him, their leader had treated them well. Moreover, if their leader escaped, how would they be able to withstand their leader's anger in the future? You go and help our leader. I'll take care of this person. The two of them hesitated for a moment before saying the same thing in unison. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. However, Leng Shiqi didn't care about this. While the two of them were hesitating, he chased after them. Gu Qiqi, Mo Wushi, the two of you don't have to care about Yen 36. He took a punch from me and is severely injured. Block him for me. When we get back, I'll teach you the Howling Tiger Fist. Yan Jiu saw that the two of them were actually hesitating and was really angry, hateful, and afraid. He was really afraid that the two of them would abandon him and leave, so he had to tempt them. Howling Tiger Fist. The two of them looked at each other and became excited. That was a level 1 spiritual technique. It was also Yan Jiu's strongest spiritual technique. Its power was unparalleled. Who wouldn't want such a spiritual technique? The two of them immediately gave up on attacking Yen 36 and protected Yan Jiu behind them. Scram! Leng Shiqi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yan Jiu must die. Stone flipping palm. Oblique wind kick. The two of them attacked fiercely with a palm and a kick. Chapter 5. Leng Shiqi wasn't afraid of the two's pincer attack. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He used the threefold ripple palm and collided with Gu 27's flipping stone palm. He was very confident in his perfect stage threefold ripple palm. The two palms collided with a muffled sound. What? Ah! Immediately after, Gu 27 let out an incredulous scream. Gu 27's arm followed in Yen 9's footsteps. It was even worse. His entire arm was twisted into a fried dough twist. Leng Shiqi wouldn't be able to dodge Mo Wushi's oblique wind kick. The kick tore through the air and arrived in front of him. There was no way he could dodge this kick. Bang! Mo Wusher's kick landed on Ling Shiqi's waist. Even though he had already used his spirit energy to block it, he was still sent flying and rolled a few times on the ground. Yen 36. You're a smart man. What are you waiting for? Ling Shiqi managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty and shouted. On the other side, Yen 36, who was about to escape, trembled. He didn't know how many times he cursed Ling Shiqi in his heart. Although he had been besieged by 2 people before, he was good at speed. In just a few breaths of time, he had only suffered some minor injuries and consumed a lot of spiritual power. Now that they were attracted by Ling Shiqi, it was a good opportunity for him to escape. However, he hesitated. Just like Ling Shiqi said, he was a smart person. Since Yen 9 had decided to kill him, even if he escaped today, he would still be hunted down by Yen 9 in the future. If Yen 9 died here, his team would definitely fall into chaos. They might not be in the mood to hunt him down. If all 3 of them died here, they wouldn't know what happened today. Thinking of this, Yen 36 played with the dagger in his hand and fiercely stabbed at Gu 27, who was injured by Ling Shiqi. The situation of the battle suddenly changed. The strongest Yen 9's hands were crippled. Gu 27 and Yen 36 were fighting. The only one who was still in peak condition was Mo Wusher. However, he was scared out of his wits by Ling Shiqi. What kind of demonic palm technique is that? Just a touch is enough to injure me. If it hits me a few times, I'll be dead. Therefore, even though he kicked Ling Shiqi, he was already thinking of retreating. Once he thought of retreating, his combat ability would weaken. Ling Shiqi stabbed out with his sword. He only used basic sword techniques, but within a few moves, he had left several sword wounds on his opponent's body. Yen 9 was shocked. Although Ling Shiqi's cultivation base was not high, his spiritual techniques were Shiqi's techniques. Were his techniques. Now that his hands were crippled, he basically had no fighting power left. It seemed that his 2 subordinates wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. SSSS. His hands is SSS S9's lins. T's S Shiqi, teat. Seeing that Yen Jiu had disappeared into the forest, Ling Shiqi panicked. Letting Yen Jiu escape today was like letting a tiger return to the mountain. The overall strength of Team 9 Wild Goose was not something he could fight head-on. More importantly, the main reason why Yen Jiu was able to severely injure him was that he had underestimated his opponent. Ling Shiqi had taken him by surprise. In the next head-on confrontation, Yen Jiu was prepared. As long as he fought Ling Shiqi and slowly depleted his spiritual energy, Ling Shiqi would definitely lose. Your master has abandoned you and left. Are you still here to die? Ling Shiqi said to Mo Wusher, who was still dragging him. Ling Shiqi's back was facing Yen Jiu, so he didn't know that Yen Jiu had escaped. What? Mo Wusher turned around. Indeed, 9 Yen was nowhere to be seen. Yen Jiu, you set me up. Mo Wusher knew that he was finished the moment he turned around. He had actually made such a stupid mistake. Actually, Mo Wusher should not have turned around regardless of whether 9th Yen had escaped or not. That was because once he turned around, he would have exposed a fatal flaw. Of course, Ling Shiqi would not let go of such a good opportunity. His triple-layered palm had already landed on Mo Wusher's chest. Puff! Mo Wusher opened his mouth and thick blood sprayed out. Some of it even splashed onto Ling Shiqi's body. Ling Shiqi could not care about this right now and immediately chased into the forest. However, after chasing for a few steps, Ling Shiqi stopped. It was not that he didn't want to chase, but he could already see Yen Jiu's shadow. He could only see the slightly swaying trees. This forest was too dense, and it would be too slow to follow the tracks. After all, Yen Jiu was at the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. He could not catch up. Ling Shiqi clenched his teeth and could only give up. He could only see if there would be another chance in the future. Since I can't catch up, I'll collect some interest. Leng Shiqi turned to look at Yen 36 and Gu 27 with a cold gaze. The two of them were still fighting. Gu 27's right arm was crippled. Even though his cultivation was one layer higher than Yen 36's, he could only bitterly defend. The blood marks on his body continued to increase, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Gu 27's heart was also collapsing. He had seen his captain escape, his brother get killed, and now Leng Shiqi walk over with his sword. He was also filled with despair. Soon, Gu 27 became a corpse, but Leng Shiqi's killing intent didn't decrease. Yen 36's body suddenly trembled. In the next instant, the cold sword was placed against his neck. Leng Shiqi, there is no enmity between us, and I even helped you stall someone. Everything here is yours, and I only want my own life. Yen 36 spoke with a fake smile. Leng Shiqi tilted his head slightly and looked at him with a smile. This caused Yen 36's heart to turn cold. These words sound familiar. I think you don't have much spirit force left after fighting so many battles. That movement technique of yours consumes a lot of spirit force. I wonder how many more times you can use it. The fine iron sword in Leng Shiqi's hand moved slightly and made a small cut on Yen 36's neck. Brother! Let's talk nicely, let's talk nicely. Yen 36 shouted. However, he could tell that Leng Shiqi didn't want to kill him, at least not now. To be honest, it doesn't matter if I kill you or not. After all, I already have enmity with Yen 9. However, it's the same for you. That's right, that's right. We are now in the same boat. Once Yen 9 recovers, he will definitely come after us. Why don't we work together? I have 3 people under me. Although their cultivation isn't high, they are still useful. I can even give you the enigmatic footwork. Yen 36 seemed to see hope for survival and quickly showed his worth. Enigmatic footwork? That movement technique of yours? Leng Shiqi's eyes lit up. At the same time, he thought to himself, he finally took the bait. He now had perfect basic sword techniques and 3-fold palms. However, basic sword techniques couldn't be considered spiritual techniques. 3-fold palms looked powerful at first glance, but once it was guarded against, it would be much less effective. However, if it could be paired with movement techniques, it would be completely different. That's right. As long as you don't kill me, I will teach you. That won't be necessary. Write down the spiritual technique. Leng Shiqi tore off a piece of clothing from Gu 27 and handed it over. Normally, if someone obtained a spiritual technique, they would destroy it after learning it. If there was a special reason to pass it down to someone else, they could only pass it down orally or write it down. Yen 36's face darkened. Leng Shiqi, if I give you the spiritual technique, will you really let me go? You better understand that you are in no position to negotiate. If you don't hand over the spiritual technique, you will die. If you hand it over, you might not die. You choose. Of course, you can also try to escape. Leng Shiqi said coldly and pressed his sword down a little more. Chapter 6. Yen 36, who had a sword on his neck, was filled with hatred. But now, he was a fish on the chopping block, he could only gamble. He gambled that Leng Shiqi would not kill him. Yen 36 then used Bone 27's blood to write the enigmatic footwork technique on a rag. I've given you the technique, I hope you will keep your promise. But, the answer he got was a sword. Leng Shiqi's sword pierced down, leaving a deep bloody hole in Yen 36's shoulder. Ah! You! Yen 36 grimaced in pain and shouted, Leng Shiqi, what is the meaning of this? I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to tamper with the technique. This is just a warning. You're lying. Yen 36's words were tough, but he thought to himself, how is that possible? 90% of what I wrote is true, I only changed a few words, How would he know? Is he trying to trick me? I'll give you one last chance, you need to know that we don't have much time left. With such a big commotion and so much blood flowing, it was hard to say when spirit cultivator or demonic beasts would be attracted. When that time comes, I'll have to kill you first before leaving. Yen 36 heard this and struggled in his heart, but in the end, he chose to compromise. He did not dare to gamble with his life anymore, he could not see through the person in front of him. Here. Yen 36 wrote a new one and handed it over. At this time, a line of words appeared in front of Ling Shiqi, discovered rank 1 technique, enigmatic footwork technique, learn, consume 1 skill point. Ling Shiqi smiled, you're smart. Then, Puchi. You. Yen 36 was about to say something, but Ling Shiqi's sword had already slit his throat. Yen 36 was a person who could betray his own team, so naturally, he could also betray Ling Shiqi in the blink of an eye. He could not be allowed to live. Ling Shiqi coldly sheathed his sword and quickly picked up Yen 36's dagger. He ripped off the bags and water bags from the other people's bodies. He looked around and left the place. Not long after, 2 teams of people came here one after another. Seeing that there was nothing good to take, they left after a brief exchange. As for who died, why did they die here, and who did it? No one would care. Back in the tree hole, Ling Shiqi could finally relax. At the same time, a strong sense of exhaustion hit him. Although his journey had been relatively smooth and he had killed a lot of people, he had been in a tense state ever since he got close to the water source. He had also been injured in the battle with Yen Jiao and the others. He had also used up a lot of his spiritual energy. Naturally, he was not feeling well. Fortunately, the harvest from this trip was still very sufficient. The food and water they collected was enough to last them for 10 days if they used it sparingly. The most important thing was the enigmatic footwork. Ling Shiqi took out the rag. A notification appeared in front of his eyes again. This time, he chose yes. Immediately after, Ling Shiqi's consciousness returned to the familiar gray space. In the blink of an eye, he had already mastered the enigmatic footwork. Beginner, expert, small success, large success, and great perfection of the enigmatic footwork. Now, Ling Shiqi felt that even without using spiritual energy, his legs had become lighter. At the same time, he also knew that the enigmatic footwork was a spiritual technique that allowed one to move within a small area. The instantaneous burst of speed was very fast and did not follow the rules. It seemed to be disorganized and the opponent would not be able to predict where the attack would come from. It was very easy to fall into a passive state. A very good spiritual technique. Now, even if I face Yen Jiao head-on, I have a good chance of winning. Ling Shiqi nodded in satisfaction. Then, Ling Shiqi began to cultivate. He wanted to break through to Spirit Gathering Stage 8 before the next fight for cultivation resources. 12 days later, Ling Shiqi left the tree hole and walked towards the center of Blood Mist Island. At this moment, his information in the system had become, name, Ling Shiqi, Lu Xingji, cultivation level, Spirit Gathering Stage 8 technique, rank 1 technique Mountain Crushing Force spiritual technique, unranked spiritual technique Triple Water Ripple Palm mastery unranked spiritual technique Basic Sword technique mastery rank 1 spiritual technique Enigmatic footwork mastery calculating the time. Today should be the day when the Blood Red Tower would erupt with cultivation. Resources. Based on his previous experience, he needed to find a vantage point so that it would be easier to determine where the resources would land. Ling Shiqi looked around. He climbed up the tallest tree nearby and looked into the distance. Sure enough, not long after, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Colorful resources shot in all directions. The resources closest to him were shining with white light. The white light contained cultivation resources that could increase one's spiritual energy, such as pills and spiritual stones. Okay. Ling Shiqi knew that his spiritual techniques were basically enough. He also had cultivation methods and weapons. What he lacked the most was real spiritual energy cultivation. Without wasting any time, he immediately jumped down and rushed towards the white box. When Leng Shiqi arrived, there were already people fighting. At this moment, there were 3 teenagers surrounding a girl. No, it should be said that there were originally 4 people, but now one of them had fallen to the ground forever. The 4 people who were fighting saw Leng Shiqi. It was not that he did not want to hide first, but this place was a wasteland. There was no place to hide. Brother, this girl is in the pure spirit realm. Let's kill her first. We'll split the resources equally. One of them immediately shouted. Girl? Pure spirit realm. Leng Shiqi was shocked. First of all, girls were rare on Blood Mist Island. There were very few female spirit cultivators, and the number of girls caught on Blood Mist Island was far less than the number of boys. There were only 2 kinds of girls on Blood Mist Island. The first kind died early. Most of the girls were timid and weak, especially the girls in their teens. They were at the age where they were pampered at home. However, this place was not like the outside world, where there were people who would show mercy to the fairer sex. Some even died in the hands of the people around them. The second kind was a strong woman who acted alone. This kind of girl was very rare. They did not rely on anyone, only on themselves. But to be able to survive like this meant that none of them were easy to provoke. Just like the girl in front of him, her face was covered in blood and her facial features could not be seen clearly. Her figure was smaller than the others. However, her cultivation had already stepped into the pure spirit realm. The spirit gathering realm was considered the entry level of the spirit cultivation system and was the most basic. It could even be said that people in this realm could not be considered a true spirit cultivator. This was because what one had to do in this realm was to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw it into the body. However, the spiritual energy that was drawn into the body was only in an aimless state and could not be mobilized freely and smoothly. And the pure spirit realm was an existence that had already opened up the Qi Sea. The spiritual energy of a spirit cultivator in the pure spirit realm was all stored in the Qi Sea. Not only could it be mobilized at will, the density and storage of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the spirit gathering realm. It could be said that stepping into the pure spirit realm was truly stepping into the world of spirit cultivators. And the girl in front of him was actually far ahead in all kinds of unfavorable circumstances and was the first to break through to the pure spirit realm. It could be seen how terrifying her cultivation talent was. The 3 people surrounding her were at the 9th, 7th, and 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. It was already not bad for such strength to be able to hold on until now. In fact, only the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm with a steel blade could fight head-on. The other 2 only dared to probe around. They were about to be unable to hold on when they saw Leng Shiqi coming over. His cultivation was not weak and he even had a good weapon. He was definitely a powerful helper. The words just now were shouted by the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Leng Shiqi nodded his head when he heard that. The fine iron sword in his hand drew a sword flower and rushed over. Chapter 7. Seeing Leng Shiqi coming over with his sword, the 3 of them were overjoyed. However, the next moment, they were stunned. This was because Leng Shiqi had suddenly appeared beside the person with the weakest cultivation base in a flash like a ghost. When that person realized, the iron sword had already pierced his heart. You? Are you crazy? We can only win if we work together. You're just sending yourself to death if you help her. The leader's expression changed. He was shocked and angry. Leng Shiqi sighed softly, not because of anything else, but because he felt that it was a pity. This time, he only managed to kill the weakest one. It was a pity that the level 7 spirit gathering cultivator was too far away. He did not have the confidence to kill the level 9 cultivator. I haven't seen you for a while. You've grown quite a bit. The girl stared at Leng Shiqi and said calmly. When the leader heard this, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. So the 2 of them know each other, and they seemed to be quite close. It's over. He only had one thought now, and that was, run. However, the girl immediately saw through his intentions. She moved her feet and stuck close to him. She formed a claw and her fingers turned gray. Her 10 fingernails grew to an inch long, looking like a ghost's claw. Delta Origi slashed with her fingers and tore off a large piece of flesh from the man's back. Ah! The man screamed but did not stop. The girl's eyes flashed with anger. She swung her arm and a black whip suddenly came out from her sleeve. The man heard the sound but did not dare to stop. He could only roll on the ground but was still hit by the whip on his right leg. The girl then took a few steps forward and closed in on him. After a few moves, she grabbed his throat and crushed it. Her attack was swift and ruthless. She had been hiding her strength all this time. At the same time, Leng Shiqi found another level 7 spirit gathering cultivator. This person held a long staff and felt that his chances of escaping were slim. He could only fight with his life on the line. The long staff in his hand danced with vigor, but Leng Shiqi used the confusion footwork, first appearing to his left, then flashing to his right. The man's expression became more and more flustered. An opening. Leng Shiqi caught an opening and used both his palms and sword to finish him off in a few moves. In terms of cultivation, he was only one level higher than his opponent. However, with 3 perfection spiritual skills, his combat power was much higher than his opponent's. At this time, Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Obviously, they did not expect the other party to kill their opponent so quickly. Then, both of them looked at the glowing box on the ground at the same time. Leng Shiqi knew quite a bit about this girl called Delta Origi. When they first entered Blood Mist Island, Leng Shiqi had taken care of her a few times. At that time, Delta Origi was completely different from now. She was an innocent little girl who did not know much about the world. Leng Shiqi's heart softened when he remembered how she had curled up into a ball and trembled in fear. He had helped her a few times and even brought her into a small team. Delta Origi was very lucky. Not long after entering Blood Mist Island, she had picked up a cultivation technique. From then on, her cultivation talent could only be described as terrifying. She had cultivated to level 5 of spirit gathering in a very short time, far surpassing the team leader at that time. However, because of this, she was not respected by the others. Instead, she was ostracized. They were afraid that she would steal the team leader's position after becoming strong, so they forced Delta Origi to hand over the cultivation technique. However, even Leng Shiqi did not expect Delta Origi to do this. That was, kill. At that time, no one expected Delta Origi to suddenly go on a rampage and kill people. The team leader was simply stunned and was killed in a few moves. Leng Shiqi hesitated for a moment and also stood on Delta Origi's side. The two of them joined forces and killed the other 4 people. Later, Delta Origi took the initiative to leave. Leng Shiqi did not say anything. He was just a little worried about the changes in Delta Origi. Because she usually appeared to be very quiet and a little timid. He did not know when she had completely changed. Perhaps this was the change that had to be done on Blood Mist Island. The two of them had occasionally met a few times before and even joined forces. They could be considered to have some tacit understanding. This time, Leng Shiqi did not expect that Delta Origi had broken through to the pure spirit realm. After coming to Blood Mist Island for nearly a year, this was the first time he had seen an existence of the pure spirit realm. Delta Origi put away her whip, patted her sleeves, and said indifferently, "There should be spirit stones and medicinal pills in the box. Let's divide them equally." "All right." Leng Shiqi shrugged slightly, picked up the box, and opened it directly. There were 5 fist-sized, irregular stones inside. However, these 5 stones were faintly emitting a sparkling and translucent light. "It's spirit stones." Leng Shiqi was overjoyed. "I'll take 3, you take 2. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi handed over 3 of the spirit stones. He was already very satisfied with getting 2. Delta Orgi casually took them and stuffed them into her arms. However, in the next moment, she suddenly slapped out with her palm without any warning. Her target was Leng Shiqi's head. Leng Shiqi was startled by Delta Orgi's sudden attack, but he did not panic. His figure moved and dodged, but the fierce wind from the palm still blew him back 2 steps. A pure spirit realm expert is actually so strong. Leng Shiqi was secretly shocked. Delta Orgi's first move did not work, so she made another move. Her hands turned gray and continued to attack. Leng Shiqi's expression froze. He did not dare to take it head-on, and could only rely on his confusion footwork to dodge again. At this time, he also discovered that although Delta Orgi's attacks were fierce, she still left some leeway every time. The key was that she did not reveal any killing intent, which meant that she was testing him. As a result, Leng Shiqi's fighting spirit was aroused. Having a pure spirit realm expert as a sparring partner was something he could not wish for. He was not satisfied with just defending. While dodging, he stabbed out with his fine iron sword from a tricky angle. Delta Orgi frowned. That sword was a little beyond her expectations, but that was it. She waved her arm, and the long whip spiraled out, tightly entangling the fine iron sword. Then, she pulled hard. Leng Shiqi was careless and was pulled forward a few steps. At the same time, Delta Orgi raised her other hand, and her palm turned gray. Leng Shiqi saw that he could not dodge, so he made up his mind and also hit out with his palm. Bang! When the 2 palms collided, Leng Shiqi felt as if his palm had hit a hard stone, and his whole arm was numb from the shock. Then, a strong force rushed over. He hurriedly used all his spiritual power to resist, but he was still sent flying. The fine iron sword also flew out of his hand. Leng Shiqi's spiritual power circulated in his body, and he finally relieved some of the force and landed on the ground. His face tightened, and his right hand touched his calf. There was a dagger tied to it. Delta Orgi's small mouth was slightly open, and she was even more surprised. Her ghost jade claw was successful, and when it turned into a ghost claw, it was enough to cut gold and break stone, but now there were several cracks. In addition, there were 3 strands of spiritual power that forced into her body. If it was not for her rich spiritual power that resolved it in time, she would have been injured. Pure spirit realm is not something I can compete with right now. Leng Shiqi thought, and at the same time, he was determined to break through as soon as possible. Delta Orgi did not attack again at this time. She flipped her hand, and the fine iron sword spun a few times in the air, and finally stabbed in front of Leng Shiqi. How about a deal? A deal? I see that you use the sword well, but unfortunately, you don't have a sword technique. I will use a rank 1 sword technique to exchange for your movement technique, how about it? Delta Orgi slowly put away her whip and said leisurely. Oh. Leng Shiqi pulled out the fine iron sword in front of him. Hearing this, his heart moved. Even if his basic sword technique was perfect, it was only a basic sword technique, and there were no sword moves. If he could get his hands on a sword technique, his strength would definitely rise to another level. But the confusing footwork was too important. He used the confusing footwork to be able to exchange a few moves with Delta Orgi, who was in the pure spirit realm. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Leng Shiqi muttered. Chapter 8. Leng Shiqi hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. He had no choice but to agree. The girl in front of him was becoming more and more unfathomable. Although the 2 of them had some feelings for each other, if he really did not agree, she might just directly attack him. Delta Orgi had a sword technique but no sword, so wouldn't it be easier to just snatch it? In the end, strength was the most important thing. Alright, let's go somewhere else. Delta Orgi saw this and smiled lightly. Even with her unkempt hair and dirty face, she was still breathtaking. Leng Shiqi did not care about this. Instead, he looked around and saw a few faint figures appear in the distance. He skillfully picked up the steel sword, long staff, and a few water bags. Delta Origi did not even look at them, obviously not interested. Immediately, the two of them turned and ran towards the forest on the side. Not long after, the two of them each took a piece of tree bark that was engraved with words and handed it to each other. A system notification appeared in front of Ling Shiqi's eyes. Discovered Rank 1 Spiritual Technique Willow Sword Style. Do you want to learn it? 1 skill point. No. The appearance of the system notification meant that the spiritual technique was real. Of course, he would not hand over a fake enigmatic footwork. Both of them were very satisfied with this transaction. Just as Ling Shiqi was about to leave, Delta Origi rolled her eyes and said, "Ling Shiqi, how about we make another deal?" Ling Shiqi was really confused this time. If you can break through to the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm within a month, then help me do something. If you succeed, the benefits will be beyond your imagination. Delta Origi's tone became serious. For a moment, several thoughts flashed through Ling Shiqi's mind, but he still could not figure out what Delta Origi was up to. In short, it was definitely something very dangerous. Something that even she, a pure spirit stage cultivator, could not solve alone. So she suddenly attacked just now to test my strength. It seems like I'm still not strong enough. The exchange of sword techniques is to improve my strength. Ling Shiqi thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Ling Shiqi replied, "Okay, I promise you." Seeing that Ling Shiqi agreed so quickly, Delta Origi hesitated. "Don't you want to think about it?" Ling Shiqi shook his head. "As you said, if we succeed, we will gain great benefits. Currently, I have the confidence to break through to the 9th layer within a month, but if I continue to cultivate like this, I don't know when I will be able to reach the pure spirit realm. This is an opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Alright, find me at the barren land in a month's time." The Delta Origi turned around and left. Ling Shiqi pondered for a moment, then tightened the small pile of things on his body and walked towards the tree hole. When Ling Shiqi returned to the vicinity of the tree hole, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and then he quietly climbed up a big tree beside him, using the dense branches and leaves to cover his body. This was because there was a faint voice coming from not too far away. It's around here. Really, I'm not lying." A thin and weak young man said to the three people beside him with a flustered expression. "Stop talking nonsense. I only care about the results. If you can find him, you live. If you can't, you die for him." One of the tall young men, who was holding a giant axe, roared fiercely, scaring him to the point that his whole body began to tremble. "Hen 19, lower your voice. This place is too dense. It's already dark and covered by fog. It's normal that you can't find him for a while. Don't let Ling Shiqi hear you. Hide first, don't worry." Another young man wearing a black robe said in a low voice. On Blood Fog Island, everyone was only wearing a set of clothes when they were thrown in, but after many battles, most of the survivors were not wearing clothes. Basically, they were simply wrapped in tree bark, leaves, or animal skin. But this young man actually had a complete set of clothes, which was very rare. "Hua 43, you make it sound nice. I don't want to be in a hurry. But boss said that whoever can kill Ling Shiqi first will get the Howling Tiger Fist. That's a level 1 spiritual technique. We're not the only group looking for him, so we have to be in a hurry. Alright, we're lucky to have caught a former teammate of Ling Shiqi. Coincidentally, he knows that Ling Shiqi often appears here. We're already ahead of the other group." "Shut up." The last person spoke. His voice sounded a little hoarse. Hen 19 and Hua 43 immediately shut up as soon as he spoke. It seemed that they were quite afraid of this person. Ling Shiqi hid in the dark. He vaguely heard a few words and knew that these people were looking for him. One of them was a familiar voice. It was one of the former members of his team, 212, who was at level 6 of the spirit gathering realm. Gradually, the 4 people got closer and closer. Leng Shiqi sensed their spiritual energy and found that the 3 of them were at level 8 of the spirit gathering realm. Something's not right. Yan Jiu knows my strength. He's underestimating me by sending 3 people at level 8 of the spirit gathering realm to kill me. No, he's already underestimated me once and paid a heavy price for it. He won't make the same mistake again. Then, he must think that these 3 people are strong enough to kill me. Or, there might be other people lying in ambush nearby. Leng Shiqi was a little confused. After careful consideration, he decided not to make a move. He quietly took out the tree bark and a system notification appeared in front of his eyes. Discovered level 1 spiritual technique, Willow Sword Style. Do you want to learn it? 1 skill point. Yes. Then, his consciousness was dragged into the gray space. However, Leng Shiqi did not realize that when he took out the tree bark, he accidentally touched the steel sword and long rod tied to his back. There was a slight sound of metal colliding. The sound was very, very soft. Even he himself did not notice it. However, the young man with the hoarse voice suddenly raised his head and said anxiously, "There's someone there." Before he finished his sentence, he rushed over. Hen 19 and Hua 43 reacted immediately and followed closely behind. When Tu Shiqi saw this, he hesitated. Then, he made up his mind and turned to run. When Leng Shiqi's consciousness returned to his body, in his eyes, the 4 people were still the same. Only the young man with the hoarse voice seemed to have turned his head. He did not pay much attention to it. He continued to level up and entered the gray space to practice Willow Sword Style again. After a few breaths, Leng Shiqi's eyes lit up. Then, he squinted his eyes. At this moment, he saw that the 4 people were looking at him and running over. He knew that he had been exposed. Without any explanation, Leng Shiqi jumped down from the tree and fled. At the same time, 212 also turned around and fled. The 2 of them ran in opposite directions. The other 3 people hesitated. The person who was discovered just now was most likely the Leng Shiqi they were looking for. If he was, then it would be fine. Tu Shiqi ran away. But if he was not, and Tu Shiqi ran away, then they would be in a stalemate. What should they do? Hua 43, you are the fastest. Go and catch that guy. Hen 19 and I will go after the other one. If he is Leng Shiqi, don't bother about Tu Shiqi. Come back as soon as possible. Leng Shiqi's palm technique is very powerful. Hen 19 and I might not be able to take him down. Wait for my signal. The young man with the hoarse voice said as he ran. Hua 43 nodded and went after Tu Shiqi. On the other side, when Leng Shiqi jumped down from the tree, the weapons on his body made ding ding dang dang sounds. He finally realized what the problem was. He immediately wanted to throw away the steel sword and long stick. Wearing these things would only affect his fighting ability. But he was a little reluctant. Suddenly, Leng Shiqi had an idea. He held the 2 weapons in his hands and called out the system. Chapter 9. After Leng Shiqi called out the system, a few lines of words appeared in front of his eyes. Worth 9 system coins. Would you like to sell? Worth 10 system coins. Would you like to sell? Yes. Sale successful. You have a total of 12 system coins. In the blink of an eye, the steel sword and long staff in Leng Shiqi's hands suddenly disappeared. The corners of Leng Shiqi's mouth curled up slightly. As he ran, he turned his head and glanced behind him. When he saw that there were only 2 people chasing after him, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Swish swish. Leng Shiqi went through a thick patch of unknown vegetation and hid behind a large tree. His left hand formed a palm, and a spiritual light flashed in his palm. His right hand held the sword in a slightly strange position. It was the starting position of the brushing willow sword style. The brushing willow sword style was a level 1 sword technique. There were 5 sword styles, and they were mainly graceful and agile. The first 4 styles did not have a name. The last one, which was also the strongest, was called the brushing willow. One had to cultivate the brushing willow sword style to the proficient realm to barely master this sword technique. Leng Shiqi had just mastered this sword technique in a short period of time. Now was the time to kill someone and use it as a sacrifice. When Hen 19 was about to go through the patch of vegetation, he was pulled back by the horse young man. What's wrong with you? Hen 19 was eager to succeed. He was about to catch up when he was suddenly pulled back. However, he suddenly remembered that he could not afford to offend this person in front of him. He quickly collected his emotions and reorganized his words. The horse young man did not care about Hen 19's attitude. His expression was serious as he said, "Be careful of the ambush." "Is there a need for that? Why should we be afraid of him? Even if his palm technique is powerful, I don't believe that he would dare to fight with my big axe." Hee hee. Hen 19 tapped the axe in his hand with confidence. The horse young man said, "Okay, you go first." Although Hen 19 said so, he didn't dare to be careless at this time. He held his giant axe in front of him and rushed forward. Hen 19 quickly looked around and found that there was no one around. He relaxed a little. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from the side. "It's really you, Leng Shiqi." Hen 19 quickly turned around and saw that the person was just as Captain Yen 9 had described. He was both surprised and happy. He was happy that he had finally found Leng Shiqi. As long as he killed him, he would be able to obtain the Tiger Roaring Fist technique. He was shocked because he didn't think that he would really dare to launch a sneak attack here, and at such a fast speed. By the time he reacted, Leng Shiqi's palm was already in front of him. Hen 19 saw that he couldn't dodge the attack, so he decided to face it head-on. He decided to use offense as defense. The giant axe in his hands suddenly lit up, and he swung it down heavily. He did not believe that Leng Shiqi would dare to take it head-on. Sure enough, Leng Shiqi took a sidestep and walked over. Hen 19 sneered in his heart. He was about to fall into his rhythm. All he had to do was wait for his teammates to join up and kill him. Then, he would be able to obtain the Howling Tiger Fist. However, he didn't expect the Leng Shiqi in front of him to disappear in the blink of an eye. Hen 19's whole body trembled. His brain wasn't slow either. He roared and spun around with his giant axe. Sure enough, he saw that Leng Shiqi had already run behind him. The palm flashing with light was about to hit him. That was close. Hen 19, who had forced back Leng Shiqi again, was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. However, at this moment, Leng Shiqi disappeared again. Not good. Hen 19 had just used all his strength to turn around. His body and spiritual energy were both in a stiff state. It was impossible for him to go back to his previous state. There's still a chance. His palm is still a short distance away from me. With that thought in mind, Hen 19 was planning to dodge the attack and stall for time until his teammates arrived. However, what he didn't expect was that something cold and sharp pierced his body, and it was the back of his heart. Cough. Wah. Hen 19 spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked at his heart in disbelief. There was a small sword tip there. It was covered in his own blood. His consciousness began to blur. He remembered the tragic state of his captain's arms and the advice of the horse youth. However, it was all too late. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, he seemed to hear a sentence. Leng Shiqi, die. It's blood 36. He will definitely avenge me. From Leng Shiqi's sneak attack to Hen 19's death, less than 10 seconds had passed. When Blood 36 heard Hen 19's voice, he knew he had found Leng Shiqi. However, the first thing he did wasn't to help. Instead, he whistled. This was their team's secret signal. It meant to gather. He wanted to call Flower 4-3 back first. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Ling Shiqi's strength. The Ling Shiqi today was completely different from the Ling Shiqi 10 days ago. When Blood 36 arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Ling Shiqi's sword piercing Henanatine's heart. It was rare for Blood 36 to lose his mind. This was because Hen 19 was a careless and straightforward person. Blood 36 didn't normally treat him well, but he didn't have to be so calculative when he was with Hen 19. He treated Hen 19 as a true teammate. But now, Hen 19 was dead. Blood 36 threw a punch. The sound of a tiger's roar could be heard as it tore through the air. It was none other than the howling tiger fist. Ling Shiqi knew that there were two people chasing after him, so he was already on guard against the other person. He wasn't flustered at all. He drew his sword and retreated before using his bewildering movement technique. Bang! Blood 36's punch was extremely powerful. He couldn't withdraw his fist, and it landed on the tree behind him, causing the tree to shake violently. Countless leaves immediately fell from the tree. Most of them landed on Henanatine's body, as if they were setting up a shelter for him. Ling Shiqi had many types of perfected spirit techniques. A hint of confusion flashed through his eyes as he thought to himself, this person's howling tiger fist seems to be much more advanced than Yanjiu's. That's strange. But even if it was strange, he wouldn't let go of this good opportunity when his opponent was out of strength. With a shake of his fine iron sword, he elegantly swung it through the air, aiming straight for his opponent's back. At this moment, Blood 36 finally regained his senses. He was cursing himself for being too impulsive. However, this might be an opportunity for him. Blood 36 silently placed a hand on his waist. Only after Ling Shiqi closed the distance between them did Blood 36 turn around. His eyes were filled with panic, as if he had been scared out of his wits. Ling Shiqi vaguely felt that something was amiss. Disregarding everything else, a person who was able to cultivate to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm and had at least achieved the initial success in the Howling Tiger Fist should not be scared out of his wits. Sure enough, at this moment, two extremely thin silver needles shot toward Ling Shiqi's heart and head. Hidden weapons? Ling Shiqi was shocked and hurriedly used the chaotic steps. However, strangely enough, Ling Shiqi's heart tightened as an indescribable sense of danger welled up in him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He looked down and saw a silver needle stuck in his shoulder. More than half of it had gone in. Ling Shiqi immediately felt his entire shoulder and left arm go numb. He couldn't control them anymore. Furthermore, the numbness was gradually spreading toward his heart. He looked at Blood 36 in shock. Blood 36 was no longer as panicked as before. Instead, his expression was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. When did this needle come out? And how did he predict my position? Ling Shiqi was in disbelief. Blood 36 naturally wouldn't give him an explanation. He raised his fist and prepared for the Howling Tiger Fist. Chapter 10. Blood 36's punch didn't seem to be as powerful as last time, but it gave off a more dangerous feeling, as if all of the power that had been leaking out had been condensed. Even Blood 36 himself didn't think that his roaring tiger fist would reach the level of complete mastery under such circumstances. Ling Shiqi didn't think that he would encounter an opponent like this, and his ego had been completely crushed. This was a perfect example of the saying, "There's always someone better than you." In the past, there was Delta Origi, who had terrifying cultivation aptitude, and now there was Blood 36, who had superb combat awareness and techniques. Even though he had the system, he could still lose his life if he wasn't careful. Ling Shiqi forcibly repressed the shock in his heart, and not only did he not want to retreat, his ferocity was even more aroused. The more dangerous the situation was, the more clear-headed Ling Shiqi became. At this moment, he was like an extremely calm and ferocious beast. Leng Shiqi raised his sword with his right hand and circulated his spiritual power, causing the sword to flash with spiritual light. He used the wind-blowing willow sword style that he had just mastered. The fine iron sword suddenly became ethereal, like a leaf swaying in the wind. The sword technique appeared to be very soft, but Blood 36 didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He knew that Leng Shiqi's forte should be his palm techniques, but he was abandoning his palm for a sword, so there had to be something fishy going on. He immediately focused 120%, and his roaring tiger fist became slightly more powerful. The sword and the fist were rapidly approaching each other. At this moment, an inexplicable light flashed in Leng Shiqi's mind, and an inconceivable thought appeared. This was a very crazy thought, and perhaps he couldn't do it, but if he could, then his opponent would be dead for sure. A hint of astonishing madness suddenly appeared in Leng Shiqi's eyes, and he instantly entered an indescribable state. Just as the two of them were about to clash, Leng Shiqi's body suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, he appeared directly behind Blood 36, maintaining his original posture, but the tip of his sword was pointed in the opposite direction. Blood 36's body was still charging forward, and as he walked, he began to stumble. His arms and head were separated from his body at the same time, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Pfff. Leng Shiqi also spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered internal injuries. Just a moment ago, when Leng Shiqi used Wind Blows Willow, he used his fastest speed to use the bewildering footwork 3 times. He had cut off Blood 36's arms and head at the same time. However, this was generally impossible. One must know that during the spirit gathering stage, the spiritual energy in one's body was unstable and it was not easy to mobilize it. When using a spirit technique, almost all of the spirit chi in the form of the body would be transferred to a certain part, such as the hands and feet, or be transported to a weapon. However, Leng Shiqi had just used 2 spiritual techniques at the same time, as well as a spiritual artifact. SS spirit footwork even be a pure spirit cultivator. The reason why Leng Shiqi could do it was because his enigmatic footwork technique and basic sword technique were at the great perfection stage. In this stage, his understanding of the enigmatic footwork technique had reached the peak, and he knew how to use the least amount of spirit chi to achieve the best effect. Although the enigmatic footwork technique was not at the great perfection stage, the advantage of a great perfection stage basic sword technique was apparent. Basic sword techniques were used to build a foundation for sword practice, and the importance of the foundation was self-evident. It was precisely because of this strong foundation that he could maintain the enigmatic footwork technique in different directions. Of course, Leng Shiqi's footwork technique was not without a price. He had just forcefully reversed his spirit chi to achieve this. This also caused his meridians to be damaged, causing him to suffer internal injuries, and almost all of the spirit chi in his body was exhausted. Leng Shiqi could not help but gasp for breath. He looked around vigilantly, pulled out the silver needles from his body, and hid behind a tree. He knew that there was another person on the other side. In his current state, any spirit cultivator could kill him, let alone someone at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Naturally, Leng Shiqi could not just sit there and wait for death. He took out a small bag from his pocket, opened it, and poured a small amount of powder into his mouth. It was the spirit recovery powder given by the system. Feeling the spirit chi in his body recovering, Leng Shiqi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He must kill Yan Jiu's men. Just as Leng Shiqi hid for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, footsteps gradually sounded in the distance. Hua 43 was a little depressed. He was in charge of chasing after 212, and it did not take long for him to catch up, but he did not expect that the kid would dare to resist. The problem was that Hua 43 had to catch him alive, so he could not kill him. Thus, the two of them began to fight. When he heard Blood 36's signal, he knew that he had found Leng Shiqi, so there was no need to keep 212 alive. Killing intent rose in his heart, and he killed 212, but because of this, he wasted some time. He was depressed not because of anything else, but because he was afraid that Leng Shiqi would be killed by the other two first. He did not want to take the credit in front of the captain and leave him clean. However, when he arrived at the scene, he saw Blood 36's miserable state. There was another corpse buried by leaves, but when he saw the giant axe, he knew whose corpse it was. Hua 43's mind exploded. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Even his breathing had become heavy. Impossible, this is impossible. Ling Shiqi. How could a 7th level spirit gathering realm cultivator kill Hatred 19 and Blood 36 so quickly? That was Blood 36, someone that even the captain was afraid of. Could it be that Ling Shiqi has helpers? Then. Hua 43 whispered in disbelief. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. Almost at the same time, an extremely dangerous feeling spread throughout his body. Oh no, I was too careless. Hua 43 regretted it, but it was too late. He could only instinctively move to the side. In the next instant, a sharp sword pierced through his right shoulder. Then, when his body leaned forward, he was hit in the back. 3 waves of spiritual energy entered his body, wantonly destroying his internal organs and destroying his vitality. Behind him, Ling Shiqi panted as he pulled out his iron sword. He kicked Hua 43 to the side and shook his head. After the battle with Blood 36, Ling Shiqi overestimated this teammate of his. This person actually lost his mind when he saw this scene, and made such a fatal mistake. Of course, Ling Shiqi would not let go of this opportunity. He used the confusion steps, wind-blowing willow, and threefold palm to kill him. However, the little bit of spiritual energy he had recovered with great difficulty was almost used up again. Then Ling Shiqi quickly cleaned up the battlefield and took the water bags and weapons from the 3 people. In particular, not only did he retrieve 3 of Blood 36's silver needles, he actually had 2 more on him. As for Hatred 19's giant axe, it was too troublesome to carry, so he sold it to the system for 9 system coins. Ling Shiqi happily accepted Hua 43's black robe. He simply wiped the bloodstains on it, and didn't care about the sword marks on it. He directly put it on himself. It was still a piece of clothing, so it was much better than being wrapped in tree bark. Ling Shiqi looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he quietly left. Chapter 11. Back in the tree hole, the first thing Ling Shiqi did was to recover his spiritual energy. About an hour later, Ling Shiqi stopped. He felt that the spiritual energy in his body had increased a little, which was a pleasant surprise. Ling Shiqi checked his injuries. The numbness in his left shoulder and left arm had subsided a little. It seemed that it was only temporary and would disappear completely in about a day. The most troublesome part was his internal injuries. He had forcefully used 2 spiritual techniques at the same time, and the spiritual energy had reversed and damaged his meridians. This could only be slowly healed with spiritual energy. It would probably take 10 days to half a month. During this time, he couldn't use too much spiritual energy. In normal battles, he might only be able to use 70 to 80% of his strength. There's still half a month before the next resource fight. I'll cultivate here in peace, Ling Shiqi thought. Then, Ling Shiqi called out the system and looked at his information. Name, Ling Shiqi, Lu Xingji, Cultivation, Spirit Gathering Level 8 Technique, Level 1 Technique, Mountain Crushing Force, Spiritual Technique, Unranked Spiritual Technique, Threefold Water Palm, Perfect, Unranked Spiritual Technique, Basic Sword Technique, Perfect, Level 1 Spiritual Technique, Enigmatic Footwork, Perfect, Level 1 Spiritual Technique, Willow Swordsmanship, Proficient, System Coins. 21 Ling Shiqi's eyes were fixed on the Willow Swordsmanship and the system coins. He remembered that before he left, he had a negative number of system coins. Now, he had accumulated so much without realizing it. He thought about it and realized that they were all from weapons that were inconvenient to carry around but couldn't bear to throw away. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that hard to obtain system coins. At first, Ling Shiqi didn't plan to feed the system, nor did he plan to do a lottery. However, after being stimulated by Delta Origi and Blood 36, Lin Shiqi realized that his strength was far from enough. Since he had the system coins now, it would be a waste to leave them lying around, so he might as well give it a try. He opened the lottery interface. The beginner lottery was lit up. Lin Shiqi casually clicked Start. He didn't have much hope in his heart. After a flash of light, the system prompt also arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beginner prize, 1 steel ingot. Then, Lin Shiqi's hands sank, and a palm-sized steel ingot fell into his hand. Lin Shiqi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still had the urge to smash this thing. Do you want me to make a living as a blacksmith on Blood Mist Island? Or was he relying on this to defend himself? Alas! Lin Shiqi shook his head and sighed softly. He threw the iron ingot aside and opened the lottery again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary prize. Card, Lightning Arrow, can be used by activating spiritual energy. Oh. Lin Shiqi curiously picked up a pale gold card in his hand. He was very familiar with the picture on it. It was an item from a game called Hearthstone in his previous life. I remember that this card is a shaman card. It's not very applicable. How powerful will it be in the real world? Lin Shiqi whispered. However, he only had one card in his hand and couldn't casually experiment with it. He could only put it away and try it out when he had the chance in the future. This time, he was quite satisfied with the lottery draw. Perhaps it was because his expectations had been lowered. After putting the card away, Lin Shiqi opened the spiritual skill interface again. He clicked Level Up and his consciousness entered the gray space. After 3 times, Whisking Willow Swordsmanship finally reached the level of perfection. There were many more insights in his mind. His arms and wrists were more powerful, and hard calluses had formed on his palms. Feeling the increase in his strength, Lin Shiqi was very satisfied. Then, he began to carefully reflect on today's actions. At the beginning, he was lucky to encounter the powerful Delta Origi in the fight for the Spirit Stones. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome to steal from the 3-man team. Because of this, Lin Shiqi felt a sense of urgency. This Blood Fog Island wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. There were at least dozens of areas like dense forests and wastelands, and this was only the periphery. Were there other people who had also broken through to the pure spirit realm? How many people were there? Therefore, he was looking forward to the 1-month agreement that Delta Origi had mentioned. In addition, what was more worthy of reflection was that he wasn't careful enough and exposed his position by bringing the steel sword and staff. If not, he would have already cultivated Whisking Willow Swordsmanship to perfection, and the subsequent battles wouldn't have been so difficult. When he thought of that hoarse young man, Blood 36, Lin Shiqi couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. That ability to predict his position was too terrifying. There were almost no mediocre people who could survive until now on Blood Fog Island. They also had endless means. Lin Shiqi secretly warned himself not to underestimate any opponent. 3 days later, in the dense forest, Lin Shiqi held his sword and faced a thick, unknown tree. He raised his hand and the light on his sword revolved. At the same time, his feet moved and he instantly arrived in front of the tree. He stabbed out with his sword, leaving a deep sword mark on the tree trunk. At this moment, there were dozens of sword marks on the tree trunk. Lin Shiqi frowned and muttered to himself, failed again. In the past 3 days, Lin Shiqi had been trying to recover the move that killed Blood 36. However, so far, Lin Shiqi could only use Confusion Footwork and Whisking Willow Swordsmanship once. Of course, if this spread out, it would be enough to shock everyone, but he was still not satisfied. This doesn't make sense. Back then, I could only use Whisking Willow Swordsmanship at the proficient realm. Now that I've reached perfection, I can still use it. Lin Shiqi shook his head and was puzzled. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had used whisking willow swordsmanship at the time. Otherwise, he would have most likely been the one to die. There was no other way. No one could help him, not even the system. He could only try again and again. Just like that, day after day passed. Lin Shiqi had been trying to recreate that move. He would only stop to replenish himself when he was hungry or when he ran out of spiritual energy. On the 7th day, Lin Shiqi was already able to use the confusion footwork twice while stabbing out with the wind blows willow. On the 10th day, he was able to stab out twice and teleport twice. On the 15th day, he could stab twice and teleport thrice. It was also on this day that the Blood Mist Island once again erupted with cultivation resources, but the Lin Shiqi didn't care about it and didn't fight for it. At this moment, his eyes were red and he looked a little crazy. However, deep in his eyes, there was a frightening clarity. He could feel that he was getting closer to that step. He was already very close. It was so close, but it seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. It could be seen but could not be touched. Lin Shiqi didn't know how many times he had tried. The tree in front of him was already covered in scars and he couldn't bear to look at it. The closer he got, the more he had no clue. Thus, he stopped and returned to the tree hole to sit cross-legged. He began to recall the state and feeling at that time. It definitely wasn't as simple as the willow sword style and the confusion footwork. Otherwise, he would have already mastered that move. Instead, there was something that had cleverly fused the two spiritual techniques together. If two things could be fused, then at the very least, there had to be a common element between the two. Then what was the common element between the willow sword style and the confusion footwork? Lin Shiqi frowned as he thought, thinking about it. 2 days had passed, which was the 17th day. At this time, Lin Shiqi's eyes were sunken and his lips were white. That's right, he hadn't eaten or drunk for 2 or 3 days. However, his eyes were shining brighter and brighter, as if they were about to burst out. Crack. An invisible sound suddenly appeared in Lin Shiqi's mind. It was as if something had cracked. Then, more and more cracking sounds could be heard. In the end, Lin Shiqi only felt that the clouds in front of him had cleared. He turned around, grabbed his sword, and jumped down the tree hole. Lin Shiqi's willow sword style stabbed at the tree in front of him. Just as he was about to stab the trunk, he actually went through the trunk. Puff puff puff. Lin Shiqi's figure appeared behind the tree. He still maintained his current posture, but 3 sounds came from the trunk at almost the same time. Looking carefully, there were 3 deep sword marks on the left, right, and back of the tree. I finally succeeded. Lin Shiqi said softly, but his voice was weak. Then, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 12. After taking a few breaths, Lin Shiqi hurriedly gathered the last bit of spirit energy in his body, returned to the tree hole, and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for an entire day. When Lin Shiqi woke up, he was awoken by hunger. At the same time, he was a bit scared because sleeping like this was a dangerous thing to do. Lin Shiqi touched his stomach and couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, when he thought about how he had successfully comprehended that move, his eyes were full of excitement. Now, he finally understood the similarity between the willow swordsmanship and the enigmatic footwork, which was also the core, and that was agility. The willow swordsmanship was a sword technique that focused on elegance and agility. Only by truly grasping its essence could the sword technique be used to the extreme. The same was true for the enigmatic footwork. In order to fuse the two, he first had to cultivate the two techniques to a very high level, but the most important thing was to experience agility. Only by using agility to control the techniques could the fusion be successful. Back when he had been able to use this move against Blood 36, luck had played a large part in that. This was because he had only just mastered the willow sword style at the time. Although he wasn't very familiar with it, it was because he was like a blank piece of paper that his understanding of the sword technique was not fixed that he accidentally used it. Later, when he cultivated it to the great perfection stage, it was fixed and lost some of its agility. At this moment, Lin Shiqi even felt that his understanding of the willow swordsmanship and the enigmatic footwork had deepened. However, at the same time, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. The great perfection stage should be the highest level of spiritual techniques. Why is there still room for improvement? Could it be that there is a higher level above the great perfection stage? Then why doesn't the system have a higher level option? Lin Shiqi suddenly felt a headache and quickly threw these thoughts away. He smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that I've been using my brain too much recently. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's hurry and find something to eat." After saying that, Lin Shiqi simply packed up and left the tree hole. He first picked some wild fruits and leaves to fill his stomach before continuing to walk towards the water source. As he approached the water source, Lin Shiqi slowed down. Even if he was dying of thirst, he had to hide and observe first. After a while, Lin Shiqi saw that there were no traces of other people or demon beasts. He vigilantly walked to the edge of the pool and took a few big gulps of water. Phew! Lin Shiqi exhaled. Comfortable. However, at the moment when he was the most relaxed, a sharp sound of air being torn apart came from behind him. Ambush! Lin Shiqi's heart suddenly quivered. He didn't even turn his head. He continuously used the confusing footwork and teleported more than 20 feet away. When he turned around, he saw a scrawny young man with a scar on his face standing where Lin Shiqi had been just a moment ago with his hands clawed. Body-type spiritual technique. The young man's eyes were filled with surprise. He made a prompt decision and turned to run. "Humph, at least you're smart." Lin Shiqi coldly snorted in his heart. He was always the one who ambushed others, but today, he was almost pecked in the eye by Yen. However, he admired the young man's action of immediately retreating when the ambush failed. Lin Shiqi did not chase after him. He had already observed for a long time in advance. There was indeed no one nearby. The young man most likely just happened to come to the pool and saw an opportunity to attack. Moreover, under normal circumstances, there would be at least 2 people coming to get water. The others might be hiding somewhere to ambush him. The most important thing now was to get water. Lin Shiqi immediately took the water bag and put it in the pool. His head was constantly turning to prevent another ambush. However, what Lin Shiqi did not expect was that 2 figures directly ran out from the forest behind him. One of them was the young man with a scar. He was immediately stunned. Since when did sneak attacks become so open and aboveboard? However, Lin Shiqi immediately rejected this idea. The 2 people's panicked faces did not look like they were here to ambush him. There are beasts. The demonic beasts are coming. They've blocked our escape route. The 2 of them shouted in panic. However, Lin Shiqi's expression did not change and continued to fill the water. "Brother, I was wrong to ambush you just now. But if it were you, you would definitely do the same, wouldn't you? Why don't the 3 of us work together to defeat the beasts first? After we escape, I, Mu Si, will be your slave." The young man with a scar hurriedly said. He knew that Lin Shiqi had a body movement technique and would have no problem holding back the beasts. Lin Shiqi finished filling the 2 water bags and tied them to his waist. He turned around and looked at Mu Si calmly. However, it was this calm gaze that made Mu Si's heart go numb. At this moment, a beast as tall as a cow with 4 huge hooves walked over. When it saw Lin Shiqi and the other 2, its eyes suddenly glowed red and it rushed over crazily. "It's the iron hoof beast," Lin Shiqi thought. The majestic iron hoof beast galloped over. The other young man's cultivation was not high and was only at the 6th level of the spirit assembly realm. He was already scared out of his wits and his legs were trembling at this moment. Bang! Crack! The iron hoof beast knocked him into a big tree and he fell limply to the ground. It looked like he could not hold on for much longer. Ling Shiqi did not see this scene, because before the demonic beasts attacked him, he had already run away. Mu Si followed closely behind. Why, not going to save your teammates? Ling Shiqi's expression was calm and he even had the leisure to make sarcastic remarks. This kind of coward is lucky to be able to live until now. Mu Si snorted coldly. He did not look like he should have when his teammates died tragically. Instead, he was glad that his teammates' death bought him time to escape. Boom boom boom, a heavy sound came from behind. Mu Si turned around and his expression changed drastically. The beasts are chasing us. They're so fast. Ling Shiqi also looked over and saw the iron hoof beast galloping over on all fours. Brother, it's been hard on you. What? Mu Si had yet to turn his head back when he heard this sentence ringing in his ears. Before he could react, a strong force slapped him on his body. Mu Si flew out and fell to the ground. 3 streams of spirit energy entered his body and destroyed his meridians, causing him to be unable to stand up for a while. At this moment, he finally understood what Ling Shiqi meant. Unfortunately, it was too late. You'll die a horrible death. Mu Si saw that the iron hoof beast's hooves were already in front of him and roared with a ferocious expression. Ling Shiqi naturally did not care. Other than the people who could survive to the end on Blood Fog Island, everyone else would die a horrible death. Moreover, Ling Shiqi did not forget about his previous sneak attack. Mu Si more or less bought some time for Ling Shiqi. At this time, Ling Shiqi's fine iron sword was pointed diagonally. His eyes closed and opened, and he quickly entered a magical world. Just as the iron hoof beast trampled Mu Si to death, Ling Shiqi moved. With a fleeting sword, he appeared in front of the iron hoof beast in a flash. The iron hoof beast was not afraid at all. It swung its head and bit with its mouth, but it only bit air. Ling Shiqi's figure was already gone. In the next moment, a few sword lights flashed and Ling Shiqi suddenly appeared behind the iron hoof beast. He held the sword with the tip of the sword pointed backwards, and the blade was stained with blood. The iron hoof beast was still looking around in confusion. As it looked, its huge head fell to the ground, and scarlet blood spurted out like a fountain. One move, and the beast was killed instantly. Although the iron hoof beast was only the lowest level of beast, and its body was not very strong, it still needed at least 3 people at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit gathering realm to be able to kill it. At this moment, it was killed by Ling Shiqi in one move. The power of this move was probably not even a 2nd level spiritual technique. Moving in all directions, 3 swords in an instant, unpredictable. Ling Shiqi called this move chaotic flowers gradually bewildering the eyes. Chapter 13. Ling Shiqi didn't look at the carcass of the iron hoof beast. He adjusted the spirit energy in his body and prepared to leave. Such a strong smell of blood would soon attract other beasts. Even though he wasn't afraid, there was no benefit in killing the beasts. It was purely a waste of effort. Moreover, the 2 people who died didn't have anything valuable on them. It could be said that he gained nothing from this battle. Just as he was about to leave, Ling Shiqi's body paused, as if he remembered something. Walking to the headless carcass of the iron hoof beast, Ling Shiqi called out the system. A line of words appeared in front of him, worth 11 system coins. Sell? Yes. Then the carcass of the iron hoof beast suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a large, ferocious head. So it can be like this. It's not like I didn't gain anything. Ling Shiqi muttered and immediately left. As he walked, he felt the spirit energy in his body. Mesmerizing flowers consumed about 30% of his spirit energy. In addition, it put a lot of burden on his body. However, he wasn't dissatisfied. Instead, he was even more excited. Because this could be said to be a technique that he created himself. Although the foundation was the wicker swordsmanship and confusion footwork, combining them was still a self-created technique, wasn't it? At this moment, Lin Shiqi was thinking about more. The reason why he was able to cultivate several spiritual techniques to perfection was because of the system's help. Even though he had witnessed the cultivation process in the gray space, he still felt that it was unreal. For example, the wicker swordsmanship and confusion footwork. His understanding of these two spiritual techniques was deeper than the system's. This was something that truly belonged to him. This was even more so for the technique he comprehended. This technique was completely his own. From the beginning, Lin Shiqi was a bit wary of the system. If he didn't have the system now, and it took away what he obtained from the system. But it couldn't take away his own understanding and understanding. It couldn't take away what he comprehended. Yes. He could still use this technique. When Lin Shiqi thought of this, the haze in his heart dissipated a lot. He was very happy and almost wanted to laugh a few times, but he held it back. Soon, Lin Shiqi crawled into the dark, damp tree hole. His heart, however, calmed down, as if he had returned to a warm home. Lin Shiqi casually put aside the water bag and the bag of food, then took out 2 stones that were glowing with a faint light from his bosom. They were spirit stones. Lin Shiqi gently rubbed the 2 spirit stones in his hand and said to himself, there are only 12 or 13 days left until the 1-month agreement with the Delta Origi. I have to hurry. When he comprehended the move, mesmerizing flowers, although he did not wholeheartedly devote himself to cultivation, every time he used up his spiritual qi and recovered it, his cultivation would improve a little. It was actually faster than meditating and cultivating. With a rank 1 technique, Lin Shiqi's spirit qi was not far from the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. As long as he absorbed these 2 spiritual stones, he would be able to advance to the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. 11 days later. The black robe on Lin Shiqi's body suddenly fluttered. Then, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. Success. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. At least I didn't break my promise. It's about time to prepare to leave. Lin Shiqi muttered and simply packed up. Actually, there was nothing much. He wrapped up the food and tied the water bag to his waist. Then, he carried the fine iron sword on his back, tied the dagger to his ankle, and hid the 5 silver needles in his sleeve. Finally, he hid the card, golden sore medicine, and spirit recovery powder close to his body. As for the steel ingot, it would be a treasure to guard the house. At this moment, Lin Shiqi opened the system and saw his own information, name, Lin Shiqi, Lu Xingji, cultivation, 9th level of the spirit gathering realm technique, rank 1 technique, mountain shattering force, spiritual skill, unranked spiritual skill, triple water ripple palm, peak, unranked spiritual skill, basic sword technique, peak, rank 1 spiritual skill, enigmatic footwork, peak, rank 1 spiritual skill, whisking willow sword form, peak, system coins, 12. Before leaving, Lin Shiqi decided to draw another prize. Perhaps he could get something good. Not long after, Lin Shiqi left the tree hole. There was an extra book called Intimate Paradise in the tree hole. There was only a little more than a day left until the appointed time. Lin Shiqi planned to go to the barren land and scout the area. At the same time, he was also puzzled because he couldn't think of anything good in the barren land. Just like its name, the withered lands were called withered lands because that area was completely barren, with only wild grass left. Of course, it wasn't that there were no traces of people. Some cultivation resources would occasionally fall there. Naturally, there would be people fighting for them. Speaking of which, in 2 days, it would be time for the barren land to erupt with cultivation resources. If there were any items nearby, he could try to fight for them. After leaving the tree hole, Lin Shiqi first went to the pond to bring enough water. Along the way, he also picked some edible fruits. This time, it went very smoothly. Not long after, Lin Shiqi arrived at the barren land. The entire barren land was overgrown with weeds that were half a person's height. A few withered trees stood scattered around. It was a desolate place. There's not even a place to hide. Observing the surroundings, Leng Shiqi couldn't help but frown. Who's there? Suddenly, Leng Shiqi heard footsteps behind him and immediately went into battle mode. So it's you. Leng Shiqi turned around and saw that it was Delta Origi. Delta Origi's expression was a little strange. She looked like she was making a fuss about nothing. Leng Shiqi could only cough lightly. Ahem, it's never wrong to be cautious. You didn't miss the appointment and came early. Delta Origi walked over and said softly. Of course, now can you tell me what it is? Leng Shiqi was very concerned about what he was about to do. It's a long story. Let me ask you first, have you ever been to the inner area of Blood Mist Island? Delta Origi walked in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Inner area? Leng Shiqi's eyes widened slightly. Blood Mist Island indeed had outer area, inner area, and central area. The central area was the small mountain where the blood-colored tower was built. There was actually no obvious boundary between the outer area and the inner area. Everyone was divided according to the rank of the monster beast. The area where low-level monster beasts appeared could be said to be the outer area. If a true rank 1 monster beast appeared in an area, it would be considered the inner area. A rank 1 monster beast was equivalent to a spirit cultivator in the pure spirit realm. Moreover, monster beasts were naturally stronger than humans. An ordinary spirit cultivator in the pure spirit realm would not be able to face a rank 1 monster beast alone. Leng Shiqi had only heard of it and had never gone too deep. He had only been wandering around the outer area. He immediately shook his head. Delta Origi pondered for a moment and said, there are indeed many rank 1 monsters in the inner area. This is something that many people know, so they shrink back. But they don't know that other than the powerful monster beasts, there are even more precious resources inside. Just the cultivation resources that fall into the inner area are not small. This is only secondary. What's more precious is that there will be some heaven and earth treasures. So that's how it is, You've been to the inner area? Leng Shiqi could not help but be shocked when he heard this and asked. That's right. Otherwise, where do you think my cultivation came from? By bitter cultivation. Delta Origi tilted her head slightly and said indifferently. Chapter 14. When Leng Shiqi heard Delta Origi's words, waves rose in his heart. So, Delta Origi broke into the inner area when she was still in the spirit-gathering realm. It was also because she obtained a large amount of cultivation materials that she quickly broke through to the pure spirit realm. Hiss. Leng Shiqi secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the little girl in front of him. Leng Shiqi had always thought that he was already crazy enough. But he didn't expect that this Delta Origi was even crazier than him. Delta Origi's cultivation that far exceeded that of ordinary people didn't come from nothing, it was exchanged with her life. You really are a crazy woman. Leng Shiqi couldn't help but say this sentence. However, Delta Origi didn't care when she heard it. Instead, she gently smiled and said, if I don't go crazy, how can I survive on Blood Mist Island? Then, are you willing to go crazy with me? Leng Shiqi's eyes slightly shrank as he looked at Delta Origi's smile. That smile seemed to contain countless tribulations and unknown bitterness. What had this little girl, who was only about 12 years old, experienced? After a short while, Leng Shiqi softly said a word, okay. He understood that Delta Origi, an opponent that even a pure spirit realm expert couldn't defeat, was either an expert of the pure spirit realm or a rank 1 monster beast. But he still agreed, not for anyone else, but for himself. Because only by going to the inner area could he possibly break through to the pure spirit realm as soon as possible. You don't want to think about it? Delta Origi raised her eyebrows. Obviously, she didn't expect Leng Shiqi to agree so quickly. If I didn't have the determination to go, I wouldn't have come here. Okay, you can rest assured. If this matter is done, you will only be one step away from the pure spirit realm. Let's go. Delta Origi turned and walked in a direction after saying that. Where are we going? Leng Shiqi gathered his thoughts and asked curiously. Let's find a place to settle down and talk slowly. Then, we'll prepare some things and rest for the night. We'll act tomorrow. With that, the Delta Origi turned around and left. Leng Shiqi followed. At night, the two of them were already in a dense forest. The two of them worked together to set up a small area at the top of a few towering trees. There were branches and leaves all over the place, making it a good place to spend the night. The two of them didn't have much to say to each other. Perhaps it was because they had stayed on the Blood Mist Island for too long that they had become a man of few words. However, Leng Shiqi still didn't know what they were going to do, so he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, so he asked. Now you can tell me what you're going to do. Delta Origi nodded and said softly. I've mentioned to you before that the inner circle not only drops cultivation resources, but also rare treasures. Not long ago, I found a spirit fruit tree by chance. I don't know what kind of spirit fruit it is, but I can feel the rich spirit chi it emits from far away. The spirit chi contained in that spirit fruit is probably much more than 10 spirit stones. Leng Shiqi's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard this. There's actually such a treasure in the Blood Mist Island. If he could really get such a spirit fruit, he didn't need a lot, just one. Coupled with hard work, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the pure spirit realm. However, there's a rank 1 monster beast under the spirit fruit tree. It's a kind of monster beast that looks like a cheetah. Its whole body is covered with blood spots. I call it the blood-spotted leopard. I once fought with it to test its strength. Its speed is extremely fast, so I fell into a passive position as soon as I fought with it. I also paid a price to escape. Delta Origi continued, but her tone began to become dignified. In addition, I also found that there seems to be other people who are also interested in this spirit fruit tree. There are other people. Leng Shiqi frowned when he heard this. Yes, there are many capable people in the Blood Mist Island. Even if it's me, it's nothing. I've already met 3 pure spirit realm cultivators in the inner circle. Naturally, there are still those I haven't met yet. As time passes, there will only be more and more spirit cultivators in the pure spirit realm. In addition, there are also some bold 9th level spirit gathering realm cultivators who will join forces to explore. Leng Shiqi's heart sank when he heard this. The joy brought by comprehending, dazzling flowers, and breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm completely dissipated. He, who was at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, was even more clear that there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the pure spirit realm. And now, there were already many spirit cultivators who had reached the pure spirit realm. Once they broke through to the pure spirit realm, they would have the qualifications to enter the inner circle. The large amount of resources in the inner circle would allow them to grow stronger faster, leaving behind the people behind them. Leng Shiqi secretly scolded himself for being short-sighted in the past. He only dared to move around in the outer circle and had never thought of going to the inner circle. If it weren't for the appointment with the Delta Origi this time, he was afraid that it would take a while for him to remember. At that time, there wouldn't even be soup left. Then what do you need me to do? Leng Shiqi withdrew all his thoughts and asked a question seriously. Tomorrow, it will be the time for cultivation materials to erupt again. There will also be some in the inner circle. At that time, I hope to attract the attention of others and we will take the opportunity to pick the spirit fruit. Are you the only one who knows the location of the spirit fruit tree? Not necessarily, so you must be extremely careful. Tomorrow, I will be in charge of the main attack and lure the demonic beast away. After that, you can go and pick the spirit fruit. After you succeed, you can directly run to the current place. I will think of a way to escape. When Leng Shiqi heard this, he suddenly thought of a question and said, "Oh? You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I will take it all for myself?" "I believe you." Leng Shiqi's heart moved when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, the Delta Origi slowly said the second half of the sentence. "I wouldn't dare." When Leng Shiqi heard this, the corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching a few times. But then he smiled and said, Okay, you are in the pure spirit realm, of course I wouldn't dare. Don't worry, I haven't lived enough, I will act according to the plan. You rest first, I will keep watch. The Delta Origi didn't refuse, nodded slightly, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. The night was silent. The next day, Leng Shiqi and the Delta Origi simply ate and drank a little before setting off. The more Leng Shiqi walked, the more a strange feeling rose in his heart. It was not fear, not nervousness, but a faint sense of excitement. The excitement and expectation of adventure and challenge. As the two of them gradually made their way into the inner area, Leng Shiqi sensed something different. For example, the fog seemed to be a little thicker, the surrounding plants were taller and greener, and some wild fruits and the like looked very delicious. Even the spirit qi was more and more rich. The resources in the inner area were much better than he imagined. Of course, the danger was also much higher. Not to mention other things, just the first-order monster was not something that ordinary people could deal with. As they walked, there was suddenly a loud bang in the sky. Leng Shiqi looked up, and as he thought, dozens of boxes of different colors bloomed like fireworks and scattered in all directions. The blood-colored tower began to erupt with cultivation resources again. It was just a little strange that he seemed to see the blood-colored light curtain above the dome seemed to be distorted. When he looked again, there was no movement. Did I see it wrong? Leng Shiqi thought. Chapter 15. Leng Shiqi shook his head, thinking that he must have seen wrongly. Delta Origi saw him like this and thought that it was a pity that he missed the opportunity to fight for resources. She said, "These low-level resources are nothing. If you really care, I'll give you a cultivation method or a spiritual skill as compensation." When Leng Shiqi heard this, he glanced at Gu San in surprise. After thinking for a moment, he nodded impolitely. If there was anything that could increase Leng Shiqi's battle strength quickly, it would undoubtedly be a spiritual skill. Moreover, if the two of them maintained their relationship purely through a transaction, it seemed like a good idea. Under Delta Origi's guidance, they carefully walked for nearly an hour, going more and more remote. Finally, Delta Origi stopped in front of a dark cave. Along the way, Leng Shiqi didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would encounter a rank 1 monster. Fortunately, it was relatively smooth. The spiritual fruit tree is in this cave? Leng Shiqi looked at the cave in front of him and said. The inner area included a small mountain, and at the top of the mountain was the blood-colored tower. They should be at the foot of the mountain. That's right. I found this cave by accident. I originally planned to stay here, but I didn't expect there to be a spiritual fruit tree inside. Delta Origi replied. Then he continued, the inside of the cave is very dark, and you need to circulate your spiritual energy to see. In addition, that demonic beast is very sensitive, and the slightest movement will be discovered, so after entering, try not to make any sound. Lastly, there is a huge rock in the cave. Later, you will hide behind it and wait for me to lure the monster away. Then, you can go and pick the spiritual fruit. Okay. Leng Shiqi took a deep breath and said in a low voice. At this moment, he was completely in battle mode, and the spiritual qi in his body was circulating. Let's go. Delta Origi led the way into the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Leng Shiqi's vision darkened. He immediately circulated his spiritual qi and adjusted to it for a while before feeling better. The two of them walked carefully. Leng Shiqi's confusion footwork that he had cultivated to the great perfection stage also came into effect. Even without using the footwork, his steps were very light. After deliberately controlling it, he didn't make any sound. After walking for a few minutes, a faint light appeared in front of them. Ling Shiqi knew that they were almost there. Gradually, the light became stronger and stronger, and his field of vision became wider and wider. A spiritual tree also appeared in Ling Shiqi's field of vision. It was a tree that was about 10 feet tall. Its trunk was slightly bent, and there were only a few branches left. It looked like it was about to wither. But on those branches, each branch had a fist-sized fruit. There were as many as 6 fruits. The fruits were green and red in color, with the red color being the majority. Ling Shiqi's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of desire. However, under the spiritual tree, there was a leopard-shaped monster. Its body was covered in blood-red spots and looked a little scary. It was the rank 1 monster that Delta Origi mentioned before, blood-spotted leopard. Ling Shiqi's heartbeat sped up, and the qi and blood in his body began to boil. At this moment, Delta Origi looked over. The two of them silently looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Let's go according to plan. Then, Ling Shiqi looked around and saw a huge rock at the side. He immediately walked over and hid in the darkness. However, what they didn't know was that not long after they entered the cave, a group of 3 people also arrived at the entrance of the mountain. At a glance, the 3 of them were all at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Mo Chi, Wuer, is this the place? We've been walking for so long. One of the young men in green holding a long sword said impatiently. 2:30, don't worry. This is the inner area. We have to be careful everywhere, so naturally, we'll walk slower. The young man walking in front kept looking around and replied. That's right. Another chubby young man carrying a big bag agreed with a smile. He took out a wild fruit from the bag and threw it into his mouth. 2:30 glanced at the chubby young man, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He looked at the person in front and said, Mo Chi, don't blame me for being blunt. If the thing you're talking about really exists, I have nothing to say if you take more than I take less. But if you're lying, don't blame me for turning around and leaving. The thing is inside. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I just hope you don't regret it. This is the fastest shortcut to the pure spirit stage. Mo Chi said lightly, but there was a hint of temptation in his tone. 2:30 gritted his teeth. Let's do it, let's go. Then, the 3 of them entered the cave. When the 3 of them disappeared, a figure suddenly appeared. Oh. I originally thought that the 3 of them came to the inner area to find cultivation resources, but now it seems that they found something good. A pleasant surprise, a pleasant surprise. The figure muttered in a low voice, and then also entered the cave. Back to Ling Shiqi. At this moment, he had already hidden. Not long after, he heard a crisp sound, followed by the low roar of a monster beast. It seemed that the Delta Origi had used something to wake up the blood-spotted leopard. The crisp sound rang several times in succession, but each time it came from a different direction. And the blood-spotted leopard's low roar was even louder. Roar! Finally, the blood-spotted leopard seemed to have found the person who disturbed it. With a roar, it pounced in a direction. Ling Shiqi quietly poked his head out, but he did not go out. He only saw the blood-spotted leopard running around at an extremely fast speed. Ding ding ding. Then a series of sounds rang out. The blood-spotted leopard's body was like an arrow, running in that direction. Here's the chance. Ling Shiqi's eyes lit up when he saw this. Knowing that the opportunity had come, he immediately rushed out. However, when he was halfway there, an accident happened. Not far behind him, 3 people suddenly appeared. At this time, their eyes were burning with passion, and then turned into killing intent. Without saying a word, they surrounded Ling Shiqi. The 3 of them did not hide their whereabouts, and were immediately discovered by Ling Shiqi. Seeing that the spirit fruit was right in front of him, Ling Shiqi had to stop. He turned to look at the three people rushing over, and his eyes were filled with strong killing intent. However, he did not rush over immediately. Instead, he revealed a panicked expression and shouted in panic, "You guys, when did you guys come in? This person's companion can hold back the rank 1 monster alone. He is most likely an expert in the pure spirit realm. Go all out and end this quickly." Mo-chi said coldly. Even though it was 3 against 1, he did not dare to relax at all. He used his strongest spiritual technique as soon as he came up. He stretched out a finger, and the spiritual light on his finger flickered. Tu San's long sword shook. Wu Er's 2 arms suddenly grew more than 2 times bigger. It looked like his strength was not small, and he suddenly smashed over. Chapter 16. Leng Shiqi saw that the 3 of them had no intention of underestimating him, so he put away his panicked expression. He thought to himself, those who can cultivate to the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm are indeed not idiots. At this moment, sounds of fighting could be heard from the other side. The Delta Origi must have started fighting with the blood-spotted leopard. He knew that the Delta Origi could not hold on for long. Leng Shiqi narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to use the mesmerizing flower eyes to quickly eliminate his opponents and end the battle quickly, his eyes suddenly narrowed again. Because he saw another figure in the darkness behind him. Although the figure disappeared in a flash, Leng Shiqi believed that he did not see wrongly. There was more than one wave of people coming in. A few thoughts flashed through Leng Shiqi's mind. In the end, he used the confusion footwork to dodge the attacks of the 3 people one after another. Then, he started fighting. This continued for the time it took to burn half an incense stick. Even though he was surrounded by the 3 people and was at an absolute disadvantage, Leng Shiqi could still hold on for the time being with the confusion footwork. However, seeing that his face was getting paler and paler, it was clear that he could not hold on for long. He can't hold on any longer. Don't hold back. Kill him. Tu Sishan was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. His swordsmanship also became sharper. Just as the 3 of them were about to kill Leng Shiqi, something unexpected happened again. A figure jumped out from the darkness and quickly went around the 4 people who were fighting, heading towards the spirit fruit tree. In the blink of an eye, the person was already under the tree and reached out to pluck a spirit fruit. Mo-chi and the other 2 were stunned. They were about to kill Leng Shiqi and obtain the spirit fruit. Then, their cultivation would increase greatly and they would dominate the area. However, none of them expected that there would be someone behind them. They thought that they were the Oriole, but unfortunately, there was another Oriole behind them. The person who suddenly appeared stretched out a hand and easily plucked a spirit fruit. When Leng Shiqi saw this, he was just about to use his confusion footwork to rush over, but when he tried to sense it, he couldn't see through the other's cultivation. One had to know that Leng Shiqi was already at the 9th layer of the spirit assembly realm. Even he could not see through the other party's cultivation, so it was obvious that the other party was undoubtedly at the pure spirit stage. Leng Shiqi silently retracted half of his foot that had stepped out. At this time, Mo-chi and the other 2 finally came back to their senses. Then, they repeated Leng Shiqi's actions. At the same time, cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. A pure spirit realm expert was tailing them all the way, and they actually did not notice it at all. If that person had malicious intentions, then the 3 of them would be doomed. The scene suddenly quieted down. Leng Shiqi and the other 3 stared fixedly at the man who plucked a spirit fruit, but did nothing. This was the embodiment of strength. This was what it meant to be respected with strength. At this time, Leng Shiqi was calculating in his heart. Even if the other party was in the pure spirit realm, he still had the power to fight. If he could join forces with the other 3, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Just when Leng Shiqi was about to speak, on the other side, the blood-spotted leopard that was fighting with the Delta Origi happened to see the scene of the man plucking the spirit fruit. Roar! The blood-spotted leopard immediately opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. The blood-spotted leopard no longer cared about the injured Delta Origi, and its limbs dug deep into the ground. Immediately, with a whoosh, it pounced over like a blood-colored arrow, leaving the bough. Feeling the movement behind him, the person plucking the fruit was also shocked and hurriedly dodged. His reaction was already very fast, but unfortunately, compared to the blood-spotted leopard, he was still a beat slower. Rip! The blood-spotted leopard's sharp claws left a deep bloody mark on the man's back, and the claws were still stained with some flesh and blood. This scene was not expected by anyone, and they could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, that person was also unyielding. His entire face was twisted in pain, but he didn't utter a single word. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy and ran to the side. The blood-spotted leopard followed closely behind, as if it had its eyes on him. At this moment, Ling Shiqi suddenly exploded. Taking advantage of the moment when Mo Qi and the other two were distracted, he swung his hand and 3 silver needles shot out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 silver needles hit Mo Qi and the other two respectively. The 3 of them felt their bodies go numb, and the parts that were hit by the needles completely lost their senses. Ling Shiqi narrowed his eyes, and his whole body entered a strange state. He pointed his fine iron sword diagonally, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Mo Qi was the first to react, and his face changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated. Wu Er rolled on the ground and used the bag on his body to block in front of him. On the contrary, 230 was the slowest. When he wanted to react, Ling Shiqi's figure had already appeared behind him, and his sword was stained with blood. Pooh! Mo Qi's left arm and his entire left shoulder were neatly cut off, and blood kept flowing out. Gulp! 230's head directly fell to the ground with a gulp. Clang! As for Wu Er, who was rolling on the ground, there was only a sword mark on his ribs, and he suffered some superficial wounds. Ling Shiqi panted and looked at him in surprise, and when he looked carefully, he saw that there was a small round shield in his bag. His sword had broken the small round shield and injured Wu Er. Wu Er was now covered in cold sweat, and his body could not help but tremble slightly. What kind of sword technique is this, killing one person and injuring 2 people with 1 strike? This is at least a 3rd-level spiritual technique, and Blood Mist Island does not have this level of technique. It's impossible. Wu Er muttered to himself. Mo Qi's face was also full of disbelief. The person who was forced into a corner by the 3 of them had been hiding his strength all along. He suddenly felt that this action was really stupid. He did not notice a pure spirit realm cultivator following behind him, and that was fine. After all, they were not in the same realm. But why was this person in front of him, who was also at the 9th level of spirit gathering realm, so terrifying? If that sword technique had been used from the beginning, the 3 of them would not have been able to block it. However, Mo Qi did not give up. He still had a glimmer of hope, and that was consumption. Such a powerful sword technique definitely consumed a lot of spirit qi. It could be seen from his panting appearance. If he ran away with all his strength, he might still have a chance. Thinking of this, Mo Qi tried his best to cover the huge wound, gritted his teeth and was about to run away. At this moment, a black whip with a sharp aura swept over. Before Mo Qi could move, the whip had already wrapped around his neck, and then Mo Qi's eyes turned white, his eyeballs kept popping out, and after a few struggles, he stopped breathing. The one who attacked was the Delta Origi, who rushed over. When the blood-spotted leopard changed its target, the Delta Origi also saw the situation on Ling Shiqi's side, and the first thing she thought of was to get rid of these 3 little Orioles. First, they were not qualified to participate in the fight for the spirit fruit. But just as the Delta Origi was about to make a move, she saw Ling Shiqi's amazing sword technique. She also knew the confusing footwork, and the willow sword technique was taught to Ling Shiqi by her, so the Delta Origi could naturally see that this move was a perfect fusion of these 2 spiritual techniques. It was also because she could see that the Delta Origi felt even more incredulous, because she did not even think of such a possibility, let alone being able to do it. She really could not imagine how Ling Shiqi could fuse these two spiritual techniques together. However, shock was shock. When she saw Mo Chi's intention, she directly attacked and completely cut off all his hopes. Chapter 17. Ling Shiqi glanced at Delta Origi and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was only pale and had a layer of cold sweat on her forehead. Then, his gaze landed on Wu Er, who was still paralyzed on the ground. He moved his feet and pounced on her. Seeing that her life was in danger, Wu Er finally regained some of her consciousness. However, when facing Ling Shiqi, who had several perfection stage spiritual techniques, she only managed to hold on for a short while before dying. In this short period of time, the situation was constantly changing. The mantis and Oriole's identities changed in an instant. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi looked at each other before turning their gazes in another direction. The blood-spotted leopard was fighting with the pure spirit realm expert, who had suddenly appeared. "It's you, Shirsi. I met him in the inner area previously. His cultivation is even higher than mine." Delta Origi recognized this person. Even though Yu Shirsi was in the pure spirit realm, he could only defend himself against the blood-spotted leopard. The blood-spotted leopard was known for its speed and he was the first to be injured. At this moment, he was holding on with a dagger in his hand. "Let's go and pick the spirit fruit." When Delta Origi saw that the blood-spotted leopard was being held back, she immediately wanted to pick the spirit fruit. However, she was stopped by Ling Shiqi. Delta Origi revealed a trace of doubt but did not ask. She knew that Ling Shiqi would explain it to her. "You might not have noticed earlier, but the blood-spotted leopard stopped attacking you and turned towards you, Shirsi, because he picked the spirit fruit. It seems that the blood-spotted leopard cares a lot about the spirit fruit. If we pick the spirit fruit, the blood-spotted leopard will probably target us and let you Shirsi escape," Ling Shiqi explained. At this moment, Delta Origi noticed that Yu Shirsi's chest was bulging with a spirit fruit. She couldn't help but frown. "What should we do?" Ling Shiqi muttered to himself as his mind spun rapidly. At this moment, Ling Shiqi suddenly saw something flying towards him. Taking a closer look, that thing was green and red, exuding a rich spiritual energy. Wasn't that a spirit fruit? Ling Shiqi subconsciously took the spirit fruit in his hand and felt a faint warmth in his hand. It was very comfortable. "No." Ling Shiqi shuddered as if he had thought of something. As expected, Yu Shirsi was still maintaining his throwing posture and the blood-spotted leopard was glaring at Ling Shiqi ferociously. F***CK. Even Ling Shiqi couldn't help but curse at this moment. What was in his hand was not a spirit fruit, it was a death sentence. Ling Shiqi's expression changed. He immediately wanted to throw the spirit fruit away, but he was still half a step too late. The blood-spotted leopard had already pounced over. The blood-spotted leopard's body was only halfway there when the spiritual pressure unique to first-rank demonic beasts already hit his face. Ling Shiqi felt as though he was in the middle of a storm and his body became unstable. Ling Shiqi hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to resist. Just as he was about to use his confusion steps to dodge, the blood-spotted leopard suddenly accelerated in midair and arrived in front of him in an instant. At this moment, the blood-spotted leopard was less than a foot away from Ling Shiqi and time seemed to have slowed down. He could clearly see the blood-spotted leopard's sharp claws that were stained with flesh and blood. He could even feel its foul breath on his face. Death seemed to be right in front of him. The scene seemed to have been frozen at this moment. Yu Shirsi revealed a satisfied expression, the Delta Origi turned its head and opened its mouth slightly, while Ling Shiqi seemed to have been stunned. At this moment of life and death, Ling Shiqi's eyes were clear. His body erupted with strength and potential as he held the refined iron sword horizontally in front of him. At almost the same time, the blood-spotted leopard's sharp claws ruthlessly scratched the refined iron sword. Ka. The sharp claws left a few cracks on the refined iron sword. Following which, the refined iron sword actually shattered. Leng Shiqi took advantage of this gap of less than a breath's time to use his confusion footwork several times and finally dodged to the side. At this moment, Leng Shiqi's complexion was deathly pale and he was gasping for breath. Not only was it caused by the exhaustion of his spiritual energy, but it was also due to the shock, lingering fear, and the fear of death. Following which, he decisively threw the spirit fruit out. The blood-spotted leopard fell to the ground and stiffened for a short moment before a long whip greeted it. Delta Origi was also startled by Yushirsi's actions. The blood-spotted leopard was about to pounce on Leng Shiqi and her heart was in her throat. She secretly hated herself for being too slow in reacting. Fortunately, Leng Shiqi's reaction was fast enough and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Delta Origi heaved a sigh of relief and a wave of anger surged in her heart. Paw! 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 Delta Origi ruthlessly lashed the blood-spotted leopard with her whip, causing it to howl in pain. Leng Shiqi, on the other hand, took out a small white paper bag from his bosom and wolfed it down without even opening it. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body recovering rapidly, his gaze landed on Yushirsi and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yushirsi also noticed Leng Shiqi's gaze, but he smiled faintly and said, "The two of you, now that the rats have been cleared and the spirit fruit is right in front of us, why don't the three of us work together to kill this demonic beast?" At that time, I will only take one spirit fruit and the rest will be yours. How about it? However, Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi looked at him as though they were looking at an idiot. What kind of joke was this? They had just ambushed Leng Shiqi and now they want to work together. Brother, can you listen to my long-winded explanation? Just now, I indeed wanted to get rid of the blood-spotted leopard, but why did I throw it to you instead of Delta Origi? I was trying to probe you. Brother, your cultivation is only at the spirit assembly realm. If your strength isn't enough, I wouldn't be willing to work together with you. Yushirsi took a few steps forward after saying this. Next, I will show you my sincerity. This can also be considered a demonic beast's weakness. After saying this, Yushirsi actually picked up the spirit fruit that Leng Shiqi threw away and whistled at the blood-spotted leopard. The blood-spotted leopard that was fighting with Delta Origi immediately roared and charged at Yushirsi. Delta Origi and Leng Shiqi looked at each other and nodded decisively. Alright, let's work together. While Yushirsi attracted the blood-spotted leopard, Delta Origi and Leng Shiqi attacked from the left and right respectively. The situation changed so suddenly. A second ago, they were enemies, but in the next second, they were working together. This was also a method that Leng Shiqi couldn't think of at the moment. Since they couldn't lure the blood-spotted leopard away, they might as well kill it. Yushirsi used a short saber and his saber was very fast. His method of dealing with the blood-spotted leopard wasn't to use his movement skill, but to force it back with his saber. Of course, he would also suffer some injuries every time. Delta Origi's whip would occasionally catch the blood-spotted leopard's weak points. Leng Shiqi picked up 230's sword and waited for an opportunity to strike. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would use wind-blowing willow to chop at the blood-spotted leopard's limbs before using confusion footwork to retreat. Chapter 18. It was a pity that Leng Shiqi's sword was not a spirit weapon and the damage it could inflict was not obvious. But it was still somewhat effective because the blood-spotted leopard's speed was indeed gradually decreasing. After about half an incense's time, Yushirsi could not hold on any longer. Switch! Yushirsi threw the spirit fruit to Gu-san when there was a gap. Delta Origi did not reject and immediately retreated after receiving the spirit fruit. As expected, the blood-spotted leopard turned its target to Delta Origi. Yushirsi was finally able to catch his breath and cooperated with Leng Shiqi to attack from the side. Delta Origi had an easier time compared to Yushirsi because she had also cultivated the bewildering footwork. Furthermore, Leng Shiqi could see that Delta Origi had already cultivated the bewildering footwork to the small success stage and could not help but exclaim in surprise. One must know that Delta Origi did not have a system, unlimited skill points, and no one to guide her. Completely relying on his own comprehension and cultivation, he was able to cultivate to the small success realm in just a month. His comprehension ability must be extraordinarily high. The current situation seemed to be going well. If the three of them were to face the blood-spotted leopard head-on, they would probably be annihilated. But the blood-spotted leopard's intelligence was not high and its head was filled with the spirit fruit. It would attack whoever held the spirit fruit, and this gave them a huge opportunity. As the battle continued, the wounds on the blood-spotted leopard's body slowly increased. A moment later, Delta Origi threw the spirit fruit to Ling Shiqi. Ling Shiqi held the spirit fruit and did not dare to counterattack like the other two. He only cared about using the bewildering footwork to dodge the blood-spotted leopard. As for the rest, he would leave it to the two pure spirit realm experts. At this time, the blood-spotted leopard's speed was clearly slower than before. It was true that demonic beasts were stronger than spirit cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, demonic beasts also consumed spiritual power and physical strength. After such a long battle, their injuries were also increasing, and their speed naturally slowed down. Facing a blood-spotted leopard with such speed, Ling Shiqi, who had the great perfection realm enigmatic footwork, was not a problem. In the fierce battle, Ling Shiqi once again dodged the blood-spotted leopard's pounce, and the blood-spotted leopard immediately pounced again. Just as the blood-spotted leopard jumped up, the Delta Origi's whip wrapped around one of the blood-spotted leopard's hind legs. Then, he forcefully threw it to the ground. "You sure see," the Delta Origi shouted. Yu Shirsi immediately understood the intentions of the Delta Origi and raised his dagger. Immediately after, a series of saber shadows descended, each of them aimed at the same spot on the blood-spotted leopard. "Break!" Yu Shirsi bellowed, and the short saber in his hand glowed with a bright light. With a slash, one of the hind legs of the blood-spotted leopard was severed. Seeing this, the three of them silently heaved a sigh of relief. A blood-spotted leopard with a severed leg was no different from a toothless tiger. The blood-spotted leopard wailed on the ground as it tried to stand up, but failed time and time again. It seemed to have realized what was waiting for it, and a hint of pain appeared in its eyes. Of course, Ling Shiqi and the others would not let it go. Everyone knew the logic of taking advantage of the other party's weakness. Wind-blowing willow. Extreme shadow saber technique. Ghost jade claw. Shortly after, the three of them used their most proficient spiritual techniques to attack the blood-spotted leopard. However, right at this instant, a sudden change occurred. A large ball of blood-colored light suddenly erupted from the blood-spotted leopard's body. The three of them could not help but squint their eyes. Ling Shiqi hastily withdrew his sword and retreated. He did not know why the blood-spotted leopard would undergo such a change, but just the terrifying spiritual energy emitted from the blood-colored light was not something he could deal with. The other two were also in a similar situation. The blood-spotted leopard also let out a series of screams as if it was in great pain. Then, the blood-spotted leopard's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin all over its body melted like a candle, revealing the flesh and blood inside. However, the flesh and blood did not melt. In the blink of an eye, the blood-spotted leopard had turned into a monster with only flesh and blood left. Even its severed leg had recovered. Although Ling Shiqi did not know what exactly happened, he could feel that the blood-spotted leopard had become stronger. At this moment, the blood-spotted leopard's blood-colored eyes were glaring at the spiritual fruit in Ling Shiqi's hand. It seemed to have become its obsession. Ling Shiqi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately channeled all his spiritual energy to dash out. In the next moment, the blood-spotted leopard's sharp claws had already clawed at the spot where he was just standing. "It's faster than before," Ling Shiqi exclaimed. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes before he shouted, "You guys, help me trap it. I have a way to kill it. I only need 2 breaths of time." As soon as Ling Shiqi's voice fell, the blood-spotted leopard flashed again, and he hurriedly used his confusion footwork. But this time, he was half a step too slow. "See-la." Although Ling Shiqi managed to dodge the fatal blow, the blood-spotted leopard's sharp claws still managed to claw off a piece of flesh from his right rib. Ling Shiqi groaned in pain. Quick! Delta Origi was the first to move. She also used her confusion footwork, and her whip lashed out. Yushirsi's expression changed several times, and in the end, he reluctantly took out a metal cylinder from his bosom. After injecting his spiritual energy into it, a thick arrow shot out from the cylinder. The arrow split into 3 in midair, and shot towards the blood-spotted leopard in a triangular formation. Ling Shiqi was injured, while Delta Origi and Yushirsi made their move. The 3 of them acted almost at the same time. Delta Origi's whip arrived first, and it coiled around one of the blood-spotted leopard's hind legs. However, the blood-spotted leopard's body flickered with a crimson light, and the whip was deflected away. But because of this, they were delayed slightly. Ding, ding, ding. In this short period of time, Yushirsi's 3 arrows pierced through the air and landed on the blood-spotted leopard's body. Perhaps it was because the blood-spotted leopard had lost its hide, so it had no protection on the outside. The 3 arrows nailed it to the ground. Chance. Seeing this scene, Ling Shiqi immediately took out a faint golden card from his bosom. He injected his remaining spiritual energy into the card. The card in Ling Shiqi's hands suddenly disappeared. Following that, Ling Shiqi felt as though someone was controlling his body. His right hand moved involuntarily, and a layer of faint blue electric current appeared on his entire right arm. The electric current danced around his arm, and from afar, it looked as though his arm was covered in a layer of lightning armor. Finally, Ling Shiqi pointed his finger, and a lightning bolt as thick as a wrist shot out. The lightning bolt was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on the blood-spotted leopard's body. The blood-spotted leopard was still nailed to the ground by the arrow. As the lightning entered its body, its flesh emitted sizzling sounds, and a pungent black smoke rose from its body. SSSS. The blood-spotted leopard's body twitched in pain, and its mouth was wide open. However, it was unable to roar, and could only emit a hoarse sound. After a few breaths, the blood-spotted leopard turned into a piece of charcoal, emitting a disgusting stench. Chapter 19. Seeing that the blood-spotted leopard was as dead as it could get, Ling Shiqi weakly sat down on the ground. The cave suddenly fell into a strange silence. Seeing that the blood-spotted leopard had turned into a charred corpse, Delta Origi and Yushirsi revealed a look of shock. What was that lightning? How did Ling Shiqi do it? Was it a spiritual technique? If it hit them, would they be able to survive? The 2 of them were greatly shocked. Their heads were full of doubts as they asked one question after another. However, they did not open their mouths to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. In any case, it was good that the blood-spotted leopard was dead. With the blood-spotted leopard dead, the crisis was over and it was time to reap the rewards. All sorts of thoughts appeared in the minds of the 3 of them. In a flash, Delta Origi appeared between Ling Shiqi and Yushirsi. Ling Shiqi could not help but become vigilant. His right hand was tightly holding onto his sword while his left hand was hidden behind his waist with 2 silver needles. Now that his spiritual energy was exhausted and the other 2 were in the pure spirit realm, he was the weakest and also the most dangerous. He had to be on guard. Following that, Delta Origi closed in on Yushirsi with killing intent. Seeing this, Yushirsi bitterly smiled and sat down on the ground, coughing violently. Every time he coughed, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. From the start, he was heavily injured by the blood-spotted leopard. The reason why he was able to fight for so long was because of his strong will and desire to survive. Now that the blood-spotted leopard was dead, he relaxed and the injuries that he had been suppressing immediately erupted. Among the 3 of them, it was Gu-san who was in the best condition. He had only used up a lot of spiritual chi and was slightly injured, but he still had the strength to fight. However, Delta Origi did not let down her guard and her eyes were emitting waves of killing intent. There were a total of 6 spiritual fruits in front of them. Were they really going to split them equally with Yushirsi? Of course, Yushirsi could see through the intentions of the Delta Origi. He quickly said, "Delta Origi, we have to be reasonable. Think about it, if I didn't exist from the beginning, would you really be able to pick the spirit fruit? Fainting to the east and attacking to the west is useless against this demonic beast. Can the two of you really kill this demonic beast? What's more, if I hadn't taken out my trump card to stop the demonic beast, that little brother wouldn't have been able to display his strength no matter how strong he was. It was me, I was the one who helped you, saved you. Is this how you treat your savior? Of course, I won't ask for the spirit fruit, as long as you let me live. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to the pure spirit realm." Yushirsi's mouth was like a popping bean as he blabbered on and on. How did he look like someone who was severely injured and vomiting blood? Delta Origi remained calm and unmoved. She walked to Yushirsi's face and her left hand suddenly turned ashen white. Her actions frightened Yushirsi so much that he shivered. "Big sister, oh big sister, can't we be reasonable? Think about it carefully. Everything I said is the truth. Let me live, and in the future, if I see the two of you on this blood fog island, I guarantee that I will turn around and leave." "You plotted against him." Delta Origi raised her left hand and emitted a frightening killing intent. "Wah!" Yushirsi didn't react for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled the scene where he threw the spirit fruit to Ling Shiqi and caused Ling Shiqi to almost die. Yushirsi really had the heart to die. He felt that after saying so much, she didn't even care about it. This woman's intentions were really strange. "No, that's not it. Didn't I already explain that I was just testing him?" "Testing him? Alright, I did have my own thoughts. But the outcome is good, isn't it? We survived, the demonic beast died, and the spirit fruit is yours. Everyone is happy. Brother, don't you think so? Brother, say something." Yushirsi saw that Delta Origi's ghost jade claw was about to land on him and spouted a long string of words. Ling Shiqi didn't say anything when he heard Yushirsi's words. He knew that this Yushirsi definitely couldn't be allowed to live. Yushirsi was an expert at the pure spirit realm, and his cultivation was even higher than Delta Origi's. If they were to let such an enemy go, it would be the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Delta Origi naturally had the same thoughts as well, and her ghost jade claw suddenly descended. Just as the demonic claw was about to land, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Ling Shiqi and the other two couldn't control their bodies and swayed along with the shaking. As a result, Delta Origi's ghost jade claw missed its target. Before the three of them could understand what was going on, the shaking became even more intense and frequent. The rocks on the ceiling of the cave started to crack and fall down. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. The three of their faces changed drastically. Delta Origi was the first to move. She no longer cared about Yushirsi and quickly arrived under the spirit fruit tree. She quickly plucked 5 spirit fruits and stuffed them into her bag. At this time, Ling Shiqi also stood up and forcefully circulated the almost depleted spiritual qi in his body. At this time, a soft hand grabbed his hand and a warm wave of spiritual qi flowed over, bringing him out of the cave. It was none other than Delta Origi. Ling Shiqi looked at Delta Origi in surprise. Logically speaking, it would be the wisest choice for Delta Origi to escape. The two of them frantically ran out of the cave. Fortunately, they both had the confusion movement technique and were able to dodge the falling rocks. Not long after, they finally ran out of the cave. What surprised them was that Yushirsi was actually following behind them not too far away. However, the moment Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi arrived at the entrance of the cave, they were stunned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the current scene as heaven-shattering and earth-shattering. The forest in the inner area was collapsing, the earth was cracking, and countless towering trees were collapsing. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the blood-colored light screen above their heads was constantly twisting and distorting. Black cracks could be seen on the surface of the screen, and anything that got close to it would be swallowed by it. Not only that, but even the light screen around Blood Mist Island was also trembling, like a piece of cloth that had fallen into water. If one looked carefully, the light screen seemed to be shrinking. Anything that got close to the light screen, be it the earth, the trees, the demonic beasts, or even the humans, everything was being torn apart by the invisible energy and swallowed without a trace. Yu Shirsi, who was a step behind the two of them, also ran out. When he saw this doomsday-like scene, his mouth was agape and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground without him noticing. No matter how scheming they were still teenagers in their teens. Even if they matured early, they were still children in the end. When had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? Facing this hellish scene, Ling Shiqi was the first to regain his senses. As a person who had lived 2 lives and had even transmigrated, he still had some resistance. He immediately grabbed Delta Origi and shouted, "Run!" Ah! Delta Origi was jolted awake and exclaimed before regaining her senses. Yu Shirsi also trembled and hurriedly ran in another direction. Just a few breaths after they ran, the cave behind them completely collapsed. Chapter 20. The doomsday-like scene continued. Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi ran to a relatively wide area and stopped. There were no mountains or tall things nearby, so there was no need to worry about being hit. Moreover, because it was relatively wide, if there were cracks in the ground, it would be easy to find them and avoid them in advance. The two of them were still in shock at this time. They raised 120% of their attention to observe their surroundings and did not notice that their hands were tightly clasped together. This earth-shattering scene lasted for half an hour before it gradually calmed down. After there was no more movement, Ling Shiqi and Delta Origi directly sat on the ground. The two of them gasped for breath, as if even breathing had become very precious. This was not because they were seriously injured, but because they were scared stiff. After a long while, the two of them finally recovered. They looked at each other and saw disbelief and deep confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? Delta Origi asked with a slightly trembling voice. Ling Shiqi raised his head and carefully observed for a while, and finally found a trace of strangeness. I don't know what's going on, but did you notice that the fog seems to have become thicker? Delta Origi heard this and looked around. Sure enough, the fog was thicker than before. Not only that, even the spiritual energy is much denser. The reason why Ling Shiqi could feel it was because the spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted, and his recovery was much faster than before. The most important thing is, look at the blood-red light curtain. Ling Shiqi pointed in a direction. Looking around, the blood-red light curtain was not far away from them. What? Delta Origi was shocked. It must be known that they were in the inner area, which was very far from the outer area. In her impression, the blood-red light curtain was at the edge of the outer area. At this moment, they could see it clearly with the naked eye. What did this mean? The Blood Mist Island has shrunk. Ling Shiqi's voice was grave. The blood-colored light curtain could be said to be the range of the Blood Fog Island. It was precisely because the island had shrunk that they could sense that the fog had become thicker and the spirit chi had become denser. At the same time, Ling Shiqi felt a lingering fear. Just by looking at it now, the light curtain had shrunk by more than a third. In other words, 1/3 of the entire Blood Mist Island had disappeared. And Ling Shiqi's previous hiding place, the tree hole, was in the part that disappeared. Thinking of this, Ling Shiqi's heart couldn't help but twitch as he thought to himself, if Gu San hadn't invited me to the inner area, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated in the endless void outside the light curtain. The sudden change in the Blood Fog Island was something that no one had expected. No one knew how many people would die in this disaster. Ling Shiqi had been wondering why such a shocking change had occurred. Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Ling Shiqi stood up with a whoosh, startling the Delta Origi beside him. What did you think? This might not be a natural disaster, but a man-made one. Ling Shiqi's tone was grave as he said this word by word. Ling Shiqi continued, do you remember how long we've been on Blood Fog Island? How long? The Delta Origi's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. About a year. There were no so-called sun, moon, or stars on Blood Fog Island. Everyone basically relied on the intensity of the blood-colored light above their heads to determine the time. If the light curtain was more solid, it would be darker, and vice versa, it would be brighter. Moreover, the blood-colored tower in the center would unswervingly spray out cultivation materials every half a month, so everyone used this to calculate the time. Now that they calculated, it had been exactly a year since they arrived on Blood Fog Island. Hiss. The Delta Origi seemed to have thought of something and sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this be a coincidence? Ling Shiqi's voice became more serious. Now that you think about it, why did we come to Blood Fog Island? What is the mastermind trying to do? At first, over 10,000 young men and women were captured. Everyone killed each other in order to survive and become stronger, so the number of people decreased rapidly. However, about half a year ago, many people formed small groups. Whether it was survival or fighting for resources, their safety was greatly guaranteed. In other words, the number of people dying is decreasing. When Ling Shiqi's words reached this point, the Delta Origi's heart was covered with a layer of frost. A terrifying thought floated in their minds. You mean, someone thinks that we're dying too slowly? The Delta Origi's voice trembled slightly, completely different from before. That's right. Everyone slowly began to adapt to the rhythm of Blood Fog Island. The number of people dying is not as fast as before. They're anxious. Thus, there was the change of Heaven's collapse. Just the number of people who died from Heaven's collapse was not small. Now, the area of Blood Fog Island has shrunk so much. Everyone has been forced to the inner area. The danger is greater and the competition is more intense. Naturally, more people will die. Today's change also confirms a thought I had a long time ago. That is, the mastermind's goal is to use this kind of method to cultivate the people they want. Let these 10,000 young men kill each other, and the one who survives in the end is the one they want. Looking up at the blood-red light screen in the sky, Ling Shiqi said all the thoughts in his heart. The Delta Origi was silent at this moment. All along, her belief was to live, to become stronger, and not rely on anyone. At this moment, her state of mind began to change. For a moment, both of them were silent. After a while, Ling Shiqi exhaled heavily and threw all the messy thoughts out of his mind. Even if his guess was correct, so what? What could he change? He couldn't change a thing. He could only be forced to live under the rules set by others. Come to think of it, you've saved me twice. Bringing me to the cave to avoid the disaster of Heaven's collapse is one time. Bringing me out of the cave to avoid the disaster of Heaven's collapse is another time. Ling Shiqi collected his thoughts and said softly, changing the topic. He also didn't want to be immersed in this invisible pressure. The Delta Origi raised her head and glanced at him with a little surprise. Shaking her head, she said, if you didn't heavily injure those 3 people by yourself, the result would be uncertain. Moreover, in the end, it was you who turned the tide and killed the blood-spotted leopard. Otherwise, not to mention the spirit fruit, we would all have died in there. At the mention of the spirit fruit, the Delta Origi remembered. She took down the bag behind her and opened it. A total of 5 green and red spirit fruits were lying there quietly, emitting a tempting fragrance. That last attack of yours must have cost you a lot. You can take 3. The Delta Origi pursed her lips and said firmly. Ling Shiqi slightly shook his head when he heard this. He took out a spirit fruit from his arms and weighed it in his hand. No need, 1 is enough for me. Besides, you were the one who found the spirit fruit. Who would have thought that before Leng Shiqi could finish his words, the Delta Origi interrupted him. Alright, since I'm giving it to you, take it. After saying that, he tossed over 2 spiritual fruits as if they were 2 very ordinary wild fruits. Leng Shiqi was stunned. Chapter 21. The 2 spirit fruits were thrown over, and Leng Shiqi subconsciously caught them. He was still a little confused. This was a spirit fruit. The spirit energy contained in it was probably more than a dozen spirit stones. Others would fight for this kind of treasure, but how could it be that they were pushing each other? And this is the reward I promised you. Delta Origi threw over a small neatly folded handkerchief. This is... Leng Shiqi did not open it, but asked doubtfully. Rank 1 spiritual skill, Ghost Jade Claw. Oh. Leng Shiqi raised his eyebrows. He had seen Delta Origi's Ghost Jade Claw several times, and it was enough to cut through gold and stone. Leng Shiqi hesitated for a moment, then silently put away the handkerchief, and secretly remembered this favor in his heart. Delta Origi saw Leng Shiqi accept the spiritual skill, rolled her eyes, and then asked, "What are your plans next?" "Me? What else can I plan?" "First, find a relatively safe place to heal, and then try to break through to the pure spirit realm. Now that the spirit energy of Blood Mist Island has greatly increased, there will definitely be more and more spirit cultivators in the pure spirit realm." "What about you?" Leng Shiqi patted the soil on his black robe and said casually. At this time, Delta Origi's expression and gaze became somewhat heavy. After pondering for a while, she said, "I plan to establish a force." "Oh. You want to form a team?" Leng Shiqi looked at Delta Origi with a little surprise. He knew that Delta Origi hated teams, so why did she suddenly think of forming her own team? "It's not a small team, it's a force." Gu San emphasized the word force. She continued, "Now that we have just experienced the heavenly collapse, everyone is in a state of panic. If a person with the cultivation of the pure spirit realm appears and is very familiar with the inner region, then, as long as you wave your arm, there will definitely be a lot of people willing to bow down to you. Before the other spirit cultivators of the pure spirit realm find out, they can quickly occupy territory, monopolize food and water, and even wantonly snatch cultivation resources. I will be able to grow rapidly in a short period of time. By then, even if other people establish their own forces, they will only be able to eat my bones." The Delta Origi's voice became louder and louder as it spoke. Towards the end, there was even a hint of madness. Leng Shiqi frowned when he heard that. He did not think that Delta Origi was wrong. On the contrary, Delta Origi was right. Now that the Blood Mist Island had changed, those who survived would definitely be terrified. It was indeed a very wise decision for the Delta Origi to establish a force at this juncture. But he found it strange that the Delta Origi, who had always liked to travel alone, would have such an idea. At this moment, Leng Shiqi seemed to see something in Delta Origi, ambition. Could it be that my guess just now affected her? Leng Shiqi thought to himself. At this time, Delta Origi looked at him again. Her tone was gentle, and her eyes flashed with a hint of hope. "I need you to help me." When Leng Shiqi heard this, he revealed a slightly stunned expression, and then began to hesitate. In terms of feelings, the two of them had experienced several life and death tribulations, and in this Blood Mist Island that was full of dangers, they could be considered to be people who could trust each other. Logically speaking, Delta Origi could be said to have indirectly saved his life twice, and had also given him spirit fruits and spirit techniques. Leng Shiqi should agree to help Delta Origi. However, Leng Shiqi also had his own difficulties. One of them was that he was used to being alone. Not to mention a force, he didn't even want to join a small team of a few people. More importantly, the system. Although this lottery system wasn't very reliable, it was the deepest secret in his heart. He couldn't tell anything, and he couldn't let others find out. If he joined Delta Origi's strength, how would he explain the items he got from the lottery in the future? If it was some ordinary cultivation resources, then it would be fine, but things like steel ingots and intimate paradise, how could he explain them? He couldn't explain it. Seeing Lin Shiqi hesitate for such a long time, the hope in Delta Origi's eyes gradually disappeared. She said softly, "I won't make things difficult for you. If there's a chance in the future, let's work together again. Goodbye." After saying that, Delta Origi turned around and left. Lin Shiqi subconsciously reached out and grabbed, only to catch a trace of a faint fragrance. After a long time, Lin Shiqi sighed. "Sigh, it's the hardest to repay a favor. Forget it, I'll find a place to break through to the pure spirit realm as soon as possible, then I'll be more qualified to help her." The sudden change in Blood Mist Island caused many spirit cultivators to die without knowing why. Of course, there were also many monster beasts. Without monster beasts, there were no resources. It could be said that this period of time was the most stable time for Blood Mist Island, and it could also be considered a period of rest. After Delta Origi left, Lin Shiqi first found a relatively hidden place to apply the golden sore medicine on his wounds, and then quickly recovered his spirit chi. After his spirit chi was completely recovered, he drilled into the dense forest near the mountain. Perhaps it was because he had stayed in the dense forest for too long, but Lin Shiqi felt a sense of comfort as soon as he came to the forest. Lin Shiqi searched for a while and found a huge towering tree. This tree was still standing even after the heavenly collapse, so one could imagine how deeply rooted it was. Lin Shiqi moved his feet and jumped up, stepping on the branches until he reached the top of the tree trunk. Then, with a shake of his hands, his palms turned pitch black, and his 10 fingernails grew more than an inch long, looking like a pair of ghost claws. This was the spirit technique, Ghost Jade Claw. Ghost Jade Claw at the Great Perfection stage. Using the Ghost Jade Claw that the system had just cultivated. Puchi, one of the ghost claws embedded into the tree trunk, and it actually made a sound like tofu. Then, Lin Shiqi's claws moved continuously, and large pieces of wood fell down. After a while, a small tree hole that could only accommodate one person was formed. Lin Shiqi drilled into the tree hole, waved his claws again, and expanded the tree hole a little. Finally, he came to the bottom of the tree and circulated his spirit chi, and a breeze blew around him, blowing away the wood shavings. Lin Shiqi drilled into the tree hole again, and while recovering his spirit chi, he secretly praised the Ghost Jade Claw for being a stage 1 spirit technique. It was indeed much stronger than the threefold palm. Threefold palm. Although it was at the Great Perfection stage, it was still an unranked spirit technique, and as his cultivation level increased, it became somewhat insufficient. Especially in the few battles in the cave, the weakest opponent was at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, and he had not used it more than a few times. The Ghost Jade Claw just happened to make up for this. The Ghost Jade Claw was not a spirit technique like a fist or palm, but it turned the hands into ghost claws, making them indestructible and strong enough to cut through metal and stone. Of course, this spirit technique was not easy to cultivate. It required breaking all the small meridians in the hands, and then reorganizing them. Lin Shiqi still remembered the pain of cultivating the Ghost Jade Claw in the gray space. Then, he thought of the Delta Origi. He really could not imagine how such a little girl could cultivate this spirit technique to the Great Perfection stage. Chapter 22. In the newly dug tree hole, Lin Shiqi took a deep breath after recovering his spiritual chi and carefully took out a green and red spirit fruit from his bag. Feeling the rich spiritual chi on it, Lin Shiqi's heart involuntarily beat faster. He conservatively estimated that as long as he refined this spirit fruit, he could at least reach the peak of the 9th level of spirit gathering realm. If possible, he could even break through to the pure spirit realm in one go. Lin Shiqi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. First, he adjusted his breathing for a while to make his state reach the most perfect. Then, he picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. When the spirit fruit entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a viscous liquid and slid into his body. Then, Leng Shiqi suddenly felt a powerful spiritual qi erupt in his body. Leng Shiqi did not dare to be careless and quickly used the mountain-crushing force cultivation method to refine the spiritual qi for his own use. However, the spiritual qi contained in the spirit fruit was too much and Leng Shiqi's meridians were faintly aching. There was no other way, Leng Shiqi could only grit his teeth and refine them as quickly as possible. As time slowly passed, the spiritual qi gradually weakened. On the other hand, Leng Shiqi's cultivation was rapidly increasing. When there was about 1/5 of the spiritual qi left in the spirit fruit, Leng Shiqi's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of spirit gathering realm. He could break through to the pure spirit realm. But at this time, Leng Shiqi was not in a hurry. He knew that the remaining spiritual qi was not enough, so he picked up another spirit fruit and swallowed it. Boom! A huge amount of spiritual qi poured into Leng Shiqi's body. At this time, Leng Shiqi's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. He hurriedly used this spiritual qi to break through the bottleneck of the pure spirit realm, which was the Sea of Qi. In the spirit gathering realm, spiritual qi only slowly drifted in the meridians of the body. Not to mention other things, just mobilizing spiritual qi would take a lot of effort. And the pure spirit realm was to open up the Sea of Qi. All the spiritual qi in the body was stored in the Sea of Qi. Not only could it quickly mobilize spiritual qi, but it could also continuously purify it. The higher the purity of spiritual qi, the greater the power of the spiritual technique. It was the pure spirit realm. Leng Shiqi gathered all the reiki in his lower abdomen. The large amount of reiki gathered made him feel as if that place would explode at any time. The pain made him break out in cold sweat. However, Leng Shiqi held back and focused on controlling the spirit qi. Right at this moment. Buzz! A very soft sound came from Leng Shiqi's body. Then, it was as if a new world had been opened up in his body, and all the spiritual energy drilled into it. It was the Qi Sea. When the spiritual qi entered the Sea of Qi, they instantly became extremely docile, completely different from before. Leng Shiqi relaxed, knowing that he had succeeded. His mind sank. He could already use inner vision in the pure spirit realm. At this moment, he saw a foggy thing in his lower abdomen. It was his Sea of Qi. Of course, in his current state, let alone a Sea of Qi, he couldn't even be considered a qi pool. Despite this, Leng Shiqi was still very satisfied, because not only did he successfully break through to the pure spirit realm, but he also directly laid an exceptionally solid foundation with the help of the spirit fruit. Leng Shiqi swallowed the last spirit fruit in one go. After refining it, his cultivation directly climbed to the 2nd level of the pure spirit realm. Then Leng Shiqi opened his eyes, and a burst of light flashed in them, which disappeared without a trace in almost 1 or 2 breaths. Leng Shiqi only felt that his body was now full of explosive power. With a thought, the reiki in his body flowed rapidly. It was completely incomparable to when he was in the spirit-gathering realm. Leng Shiqi opened his mouth, exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, and said to himself, I finally got a chance. Nowadays, there were very few pure spirit realm cultivators in the Blood Mist Island. They could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The earlier he broke through to the pure spirit realm, the earlier he could get better resources. At this time, a line of words appeared in front of Leng Shiqi's eyes, the system is about to be upgraded. It will take a natural day. During the upgrade, the system will not be able to be used. Leng Shiqi looked at this line of words and thought carefully. He had just broken through to the pure spirit realm, and the system was upgraded. No one would believe that the two had nothing to do with each other. But after thinking for a long time, Leng Shiqi could not think of any clues, so he gave up. Changing his mentality, he was looking forward to it. Because he had learned before that the system would give him an unlimited lottery every time it was upgraded. Last time, he had drawn a god-level prize, unlimited skill points. What would he get if he were to try again? Now that there was nothing to do, Lin Shiqi went out to familiarize himself with the nearby environment and picked some wild fruits. After eating a few fruits, Lin Shiqi found that his need for food was lower than before, which was a small piece of good news. Of course, there was also a small piece of bad news, that was, the water source was quite far away, which was somewhat inconvenient. About half an hour later, Lin Shiqi came back. This time, going out was unusually smooth. Not to mention monsters, he did not even see a shadow of a person. He put down the bag and water bag on his body. With his current need for food and water, it was estimated that it would be enough to support him for about 10 days. Then he entered a state of cultivation. These few days were rare and stable, so he could not waste it. He had to put all his time into cultivation. A day later, Lin Shiqi stopped and ended his cultivation. Because the system had been upgraded. When Lin Shiqi opened the system, he found that the system was a little more refined. He first looked at his information, name, Lin Shiqi, Lu Xingji, cultivation, second level of the pure spirit realm cultivation method, rank 1 cultivation method, mountain shattering force, bloodline. Spiritual skill, great perfection of the unranked spiritual technique, threefold water palm, unranked spiritual skill, basic sword technique, perfection rank 1 spiritual skill, confusing footwork, perfection rank 1 spiritual skill, whisking willow sword style, perfection rank 1 spiritual skill, ghost jade claw, perfection system coins. 2. Bloodline. First, Lin Shiqi found that there was an additional bloodline in his information and could not help but be puzzled. Since the system has this information, it means that there must be a bloodline in my body. As for why it is a question mark, there are only 2 reasons. First, the bloodline is very noble, and the system's level is not enough to identify it. Second, my bloodline has not been activated or awakened yet. Lin Shiqi thought and began to recall the previous memories of this body. However, as soon as he started to think, he had a headache and could only give up. He began to be curious about the memories of this body because when he first transmigrated and woke up in this body, he was already on Blood Fog Island. His memories before Blood Fog Island were blank. It seems that this body of mine is not simple, Lin Shiqi said with bright eyes. Then he stopped thinking about it. Right now, whether he could leave Blood Fog Island was still unknown. What was the use of thinking so much? Chapter 23. Then Lin Shiqi looked around and saw an icon in the system with the word backpack written on it. Oh! Lin Shiqi's eyes lit up. He clicked on the icon and 6 boxes popped up in front of him. Lin Shiqi touched his chin and picked up the package beside him. A line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Do you want to store it in your backpack? Yes. The next moment, the package in Lin Shiqi's hands suddenly disappeared and a small bag appeared in one of the boxes in the system interface. Lin Shiqi was overjoyed. Then, he put in another water bag. When he put in the second water bag, he didn't take up the third space. Instead, a small 2 appeared in the bottom right corner of the water bag box. This can be stacked. Lin Shiqi stood up in surprise. What did this mean? This meant that he could store a large amount of food and water in his backpack, and he would no longer have to waste time and risk collecting them every few days. Not to mention the risks involved in collecting food and water, just the time saved was extremely precious. Time was cultivation, time was strength. Lin Shiqi found that this new backpack function, although it could not directly increase cultivation or combat power, was more practical and convenient. He was very satisfied. Finally, Lin Shiqi's attention turned to the lottery. He clicked on the lottery interface and there were still only 2 options, the basic lottery and the infinite lottery. The drawing for the beginner lottery was grayed out because he only had 2 system coins. The infinite lottery was lit up. Lin Shiqi calmed himself down and clicked on the infinite lottery. a colorful light flashed and the system prompt appeared. Congratulations to the host for winning the intermediate prize, Hand of Earth. Before Lin Shiqi could think carefully, his consciousness was pulled into the gray space. When his consciousness returned to his body, Lin Shiqi looked at his hands and pondered. This Hand of Earth could slightly control Earth in a small area, but it had to be touched by the hand. But what was the use? In his previous life, he knew that there were burning hands, healing hands, and so on. At the very least, they were very useful. However, the Hand of Earth could neither advance nor retreat. It looked rather useless. But then again, this was an intermediate prize, so it was definitely valuable in this regard. Lin Shiqi thought about it and decided to raise it to great perfection first. Then, Lin Shiqi opened the spiritual skill interface and clicked on Level Up. After doing this a few times, the Hand of the Earth also rose to the level of great perfection. The perfect Gaia's Hand of Earth's ability to control the soil was much stronger, and it could be controlled from a distance. However, the distance was not far, at most about 3 meters. Lin Shiqi stood up and jumped down from the tree hole. When he reached the ground, Lin Shiqi raised his hands and pressed down. Then, the ground in front of him, as well as some weeds and flowers, began to slowly wriggle. Gradually, this small piece of land turned into a small quagmire. Lin Shiqi picked up a nearby branch and inserted it into the quagmire. Looking at the depth of the quagmire, if a person fell into it, it would probably not reach their thigh. However, everyone was a spirit cultivator, so this quagmire could be forcibly broken out with some spirit energy. But this was enough. Lin Shiqi didn't intend to use this as a trap. He only wanted it to serve as an early warning. As long as the ground around the tree hole turned into a quagmire, if people or monsters passed by, they would definitely be noticed. This was the only way Lin Shiqi could think of to use the Hand of Earth. However, he always felt that he had underestimated the Hand of Earth. There must be some magical uses that had not been discovered. This was the first non-conventional spiritual skill that Lin Shiqi had come into contact with. It was not like a palm technique, a sword technique, or a movement technique. It was more like a magic in a fantasy world, and it was the kind of magic that had magical uses. Even if it had reached the realm of perfection, it still had to be slowly developed. Then Lin Shiqi turned the ground near the tree hole into a quagmire, leaving only a few footholds that only he knew. After setting up the trap, Lin Shiqi did not return to the tree hole. Instead, he planned to take advantage of the stable period to store more food and water. Now that he had the system backpack, storage was no longer a problem. He did as he thought. Lin Shiqi immediately ran in the direction of the water source. On the way, he plucked all the edible wild fruits he encountered and threw them into the system backpack. When he was halfway there, he happened to bump into a group of 7 or 8 people. He wanted to avoid them, but unexpectedly, there was an acquaintance among them. That was Yan Jiu. Seeing Yan Jiu, Lin Shiqi's heart was suddenly filled with killing intent. Back then, Yan Jiu coveted his fine iron sword and tried to steal it. If he did not have the system, he would have died on the spot. Later, he sent people to kill him and almost died at the hands of Blood 36. Their hatred was irreconcilable. Therefore, Yan Jiu must die. The moment Yan Jiu saw Lin Shiqi, his eyes immediately turned red. Back then, Yan Jiu's team of 9 was also a dominating force. However, after encountering Lin Shiqi, both of Yan Jiu's arms were crippled and his strength was greatly reduced. Lin Shiqi even killed 2 of Yan Jiu's subordinates on the spot. Later on, one of the 2 groups of people he sent out to chase after Lin Shiqi was annihilated. In less than 10 days, more than half of his team had been killed or injured. In the Heavenly Collapse incident 2 days ago, he was the only one in the team who had managed to escape the calamity due to his good luck. He was the only one left without an army. Seeing the culprit in front of him, Yan Jiu could not help but skin him and pull out his tendons. However, he still controlled himself and did not let his hatred get to his head. Because his strength had not fully recovered, especially his left arm that was injured by the threefold palm, he could only move it. His combat power was not at its peak, so he was not sure if he could win. However, today, he was not alone. After the disaster, the structure of Blood Mist Island had undergone a huge change. The outer area had been greatly reduced, causing everyone to have to get closer to the inner area. The previous few teams could no longer deal with rank 1 monsters. Thus, a force was born. Just yesterday, Yan Jiu was invited to join a force called Belichuan. The leader's original name was Qing 100, but he changed his name to Bailey Qing. The name did not matter, but the key was that this person was an expert of the pure spirit realm. In addition, there were several 9th-level spirit cultivators of the spirit gathering realm in Belichuan. Now, there were more than 30 people, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. And this was only the beginning. There would definitely be more people joining in the future. This was definitely a big tree that could provide shade. Yan Jiu joined Belichuan almost without hesitation. The Belichuan was divided into 5 teams, each team had about 7 people, and they took turns to act. In Yan Jiu's team, there were 2 9th-level spirit gathering realm cultivators, including him. The rest were 7th and 8th level spirit gathering realm cultivators. He believed that with this strength, he could definitely kill Ling Shiqi. In his impression, Ling Shiqi was only a 7th or 8th level spirit gathering realm cultivator. No matter how exquisite his palm technique was, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Chapter 24. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Just as the 2 of them were about to kill, Ling Shiqi moved first. However, he didn't charge forward. Instead, his expression changed and he revealed a panicked expression. He screamed, "Yan Jiu!" Then, he turned around and ran. Ling Shiqi's actions immediately caused Yan Jiu to explode. He quickly shouted, "Chase him! Kill him! He has a treasure on him!" Ling Shiqi ran as soon as he appeared. No one had time to sense his cultivation. Seeing Yan Jiu's expression, it meant that he wasn't very strong. When they heard the word treasure, their hearts were moved and they all chased after Yan Jiu. Only a tall and thin youth hesitated for a moment, but he still followed everyone's footsteps. Ling Shiqi wasn't very fast. He was using a speed that made it seem like everyone could catch up to him, but in reality, they couldn't catch up to him. After a while, his speed suddenly began to slow down. Ha ha ha, he's slowed down. He doesn't have much spirit force left. Quickly chase him! Yan Jiu excitedly shouted. He was also the one at the front. However, he didn't expect that just as he was about to catch up to Ling Shiqi, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a mud puddle. He lost his balance and was about to fall. Yan Jiu was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. He quickly used his spirit force to adjust his body. But just as he was focusing all his attention on this, a flashing and agile sword had already arrived in front of him. Yan Jiu instantly felt that death was coming so quickly and so close. At this moment of life and death, a loud roar sounded. The voice seemed to be mixed with spirit force. Not only did it last for a long time, but it was also deafening. Ling Shiqi was also stunned by this shout for a moment. It was during this short period of time that Yan Jiu shifted his body slightly. This fatal strike only cut off Yan Jiu's left arm. Ling Shiqi narrowed his eyes and ignored the wailing 9 yen. Instead, he glanced at a tall and skinny young man standing at the back of the crowd. He had deliberately underestimated his enemy, and then secretly used the Hand of Earth to set up a simple trap. He wanted to catch Yan Jiu off guard and kill him, but this person had interfered. "Brother, I am number 67, a captain in the Belichuan. I sincerely invite you to join the Belichuan. With your strength, the position of vice captain is not a problem." The lanky youth's back was almost soaked in cold sweat. He forced himself to remain calm and said these words. As soon as Lin Shiqi attacked, he sensed that something was wrong. How was this the fat sheep in their eyes? This was clearly an expert of the pure spirit realm. It was a wild wolf. At this point, he had no choice but to bring up the Belichuan and see if he could escape with his life. As for risking his life, not to mention that in the process of chasing, everyone had consumed their spiritual energy. Looking at Yan Jiu, who had already been crippled, and the 3 or 4 other trash who had also fallen into the quagmire, the remaining few people did not even have the qualifications to fight with a pure spirit realm expert. Oh. Belichuan? Well, before that, I want to take this person's head. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Shiqi raised his sword and pointed it at Yan Jiu, speaking in a tone that was neither cold nor hot. At the same time, he thought to himself, Belichuan, it sounds like a force. It seems that someone has the same idea as the Delta Origi. However, number 67 hesitated. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to personally handing over the lives of his teammates and the members of his force. This was an act of carelessness. If news of this spread out, who would dare to easily join the Belichuan in the future? But if he did not agree, he had no way to stop it. If he angered this person, he might even kill them all. Moreover, this person was in the same realm as their captain. It was impossible for their captain to make such a mortal enemy at the beginning of establishing his force. If they died, they would really have died in vain. Wu 67 stuttered for a moment, unable to say anything. Lin Shiqi, I was blind, I did not recognize Mount Tai. Let me go, I beg you to spare my life. I'll give you anything you want. When Yan Jiu saw number 67's appearance, he knew that they were going to abandon him to protect themselves. He could only beg for mercy. When Lin Shiqi heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. What he wanted had finally come. Alright, give me the Tiger Roar Fist technique and I'll give you your life. Oh right, you guys too. Use spiritual techniques or weapons to exchange for your life. If you don't have any, you can only blame yourself for not having enough money to buy your life. When the 7 people present heard Lin Shiqi's words, they all revealed different expressions. Yan Jiu had the most complicated expression. His face was filled with hope, fear, regret, distrust, and so on. The others also had different expressions, but no one spoke. They were all hesitant and conflicted. When Lin Shiqi saw this, he coldly snorted. His feet moved continuously, and his figure became erratic. What followed was a series of miserable cries. In the short span of 2 to 3 breaths, the 7 people had all been stabbed in the leg. This time, Lin Shiqi had completely cut off their thoughts of running away. Moreover, they felt a sense of despair in their hearts. It was the despair of being powerless in the face of absolute strength. Number 67 now had a deeper understanding of the strength of the pure spirit realm. He was also glad that he didn't choose to go all out in the beginning. Otherwise, he would have already lost his life. If I give you the Tiger Roar Fist technique, will you really let me go? Yan Jiu's lips trembled as he spoke. He didn't have the elegance and calmness that he had when he first met Lin Shiqi. I don't want to answer this kind of question. Right now, you can only choose to believe me. Moreover, I have always kept my word. Until now, no one has said that I don't keep my word. Lin Shiqi shook his head and said. Yan Jiu wouldn't believe Lin Shiqi's words even if he was beaten to death. However, there was one thing that Lin Shiqi was right about. He had no choice. He could only choose to believe that Lin Shiqi wouldn't kill him. Even if the possibility was very small, he still had to choose to believe. This was the sorrow of the weak. Life and death were completely in the hands of the strong. If he didn't have some value, he would have died long ago. Okay, I'll give it to you. Yan Jiu gritted his teeth and tore off a piece of his clothes. He used his blood to write down the tiger roar fist technique. Seeing this, Ling Shiqi glanced at number 67. Ling Shiqi was also very interested in his sound wave technique. Number 67 felt Ling Shiqi's concerned gaze and couldn't help but shiver. He obediently handed over the technique. In the end, Ling Shiqi obtained 5 techniques and 4 weapons. He was very satisfied. The feeling of overwhelming strength was truly captivating. After going through the systems, inspection, and ensuring that there were no problems with the 5 techniques, Ling Shiqi's long sword trembled and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. A string of figures with sword lights flashed one after another, and 4 figures fell down. Including Yan Jiu and number 67, the 2 9th-level Spirit Gathering Realm cultivators and 2 8th-level Spirit Gathering Realm cultivators, they were all killed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 25. As Ling Shiqi's cultivation advanced to the pure spirit realm, the chaotic flower's dazzling eyes technique became stronger. He could now unleash 4 strikes in an instant. Moreover, it was more flexible, real and fake, making it impossible for people to figure out where the real killing intent was. Of course, against spirit cultivators of the spirit gathering realm, this advantage did not manifest because they were too weak and did not need to be so flashy. At the same time, he was also a little emotional. Less than 2 months ago, the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm was an existence he had to look up to. And now, such a person didn't even have a chance to resist in his hands. This was power. Of course, now was not the time to be emotional. Ling Shiqi looked at the remaining 3 people expressionlessly. These 3 were the weakest, only at the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm, so they stayed behind. Since they were all from the same faction, if he let them go, it would definitely cause endless trouble, so he could only silence them. When the remaining 3 saw that the other party did not keep his promise and started to kill, how could they dare to stay where they were? One by one, they ran in different directions. Unfortunately, their legs had been stabbed by Ling Shiqi, so how could they outrun Ling Shiqi, who had a body technique at the perfection stage? In just a moment, 2 people had died tragically at his hands, and the last person had his neck held by Ling Shiqi's sword. Tell me about the Bilichuan. Ling Shiqi asked coldly. Will you let me go if I tell you? Since I'm going to die anyway, do it. The person was unyielding, and after saying that, he closed his eyes, looking like he was going to die for a righteous cause. Oh. Ling Shiqi was a little surprised. He did not expect there to be someone who was not afraid of death. You have backbone, you have loyalty, but you may not know that there are many things in this world that make people wish they were dead. Do you want to try? Ling Shiqi's sword moved down, the tip of the sword pointing to the lower part of the person's abdomen. The person immediately trembled, his face turning pale, and shouted, You're not human. Don't be so nervous. I've always been a kind person. As long as you tell me, maybe I'll be happy and let you go. Besides, I only need to ask around to find out about the Bilichuan. I just don't want to trouble you, Ling Shiqi said with what he thought was a friendly smile. But in the eyes of that person, Ling Shiqi was no different from a demon. In the end, he sighed and told him everything he knew. I only hope that you can give me a quick death. Ling Shiqi nodded and gave him a quick death. He murmured, this Bilichuan is developing rapidly. Since they are developing their forces, they will definitely have conflicts with the Delta Origi. This time, we wiped out a small team from the Bilichuan. It can be said that we've hurt our tendons and broken our bones. It can also be considered as indirectly helping the Delta Origi. Then, Ling Shiqi tore off the water bags and parcels from the 7 people. This group of people came out to replenish their food and water. There were more than 20 water bags alone, and of course, they were still empty. Ling Shiqi put them all away and continued to walk in the direction of the water source. However, even Ling Shiqi didn't notice that after he left for a while, a dark figure quietly left. The process of getting water was relatively smooth. One thing worth noting was that Ling Shiqi found footprints left by monsters near the water source. It seemed that this so-called stable period wouldn't last long. Ling Shiqi filled nearly 30 water bags with water and even more food at the water source. After he broke through to the pure spirit realm, his need for these things had decreased a little. If he used them sparingly now, it would be enough to last him for about 2 months. Then Ling Shiqi looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he stuffed all these things into his backpack, leaving only 2 water bags and a parcel on his body. When he returned to the tree hole, the tension in his heart finally loosened. Even though he was already in the pure spirit realm, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when walking outside. Today's trip, he seemed to show off his might and didn't treat the spirit gathering realm as people, casually killing them. But before that, he also deliberately consumed some of their spiritual power, and also left a trace of possibility of survival in their hearts, not forcing them to fight with their lives on the line. Otherwise, Ling Shiqi wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. It was very likely that 1 or 2 of them would run away and go back to report, then he would directly become a mortal enemy with the Belichuan in the future. Moreover, as his spiritual power became more abundant, the bottleneck of the pure spirit realm became less difficult. There would definitely be more and more spirit cultivators in the pure spirit realm, so he absolutely couldn't let his guard down. After resting for a while, Ling Shiqi took out the biggest harvest of the day. Weapons and spiritual skills. If there was anything that could increase Ling Shiqi's combat power at the fastest speed, it would undoubtedly be spiritual skills. With the system and unlimited skill points, he could directly cultivate his spiritual skills to perfection. This was something that no one else could do, and it was also his greatest reliance. The weapons were 2 blades and 2 swords. Ling Shiqi kept 1 sword as a spare and sold the rest to the system, and the system coins became 33. 5 spiritual skills, some were written on rags, some were carved on tree bark. Among them, there were 3 that weren't ranked, 2 blade techniques and 1 leg technique. Ling Shiqi didn't care about spiritual skills of this level. Of course, he still had to learn what he needed to learn. As the saying goes, it's never a burden to have more skills. Moreover, the strengthening of the body by cultivating spiritual skills wasn't small. What he cared about the most was Yan Jiu's Howling Tiger Fist. He remembered that the Howling Tiger Fist in the hands of Blood 36 was very powerful. Ling Shiqi's current spiritual skills were mostly flexible, and he really lacked such a fierce spiritual skill. There was also Wu 67's spiritual skill, Sonic Shockwave, which was similar to the lion roar in his previous life. If he were to suddenly shout like this during a battle, it would definitely be a good way to win by a surprise move. Next, Ling Shiqi sat cross-legged, called out the system, and began to cultivate these 5 spiritual skills. Not long after, Ling Shiqi stood up with a whoosh. He simply moved his body and found that the strength in his limbs had increased by a lot. He looked at his information. Name, Ling Shiqi, Lu Xingji, Cultivation, Level 2 of the Pure Spirit Realm Technique, Level 1 Technique, Mountain Shattering Force Bloodline. Spiritual skills, unranked spiritual skill, Triple Water Ripple Palm, Perfection, unranked spiritual skill, Basic Sword Technique, Perfection, unranked spiritual skill, 1 Breaking Blade Technique, Perfection, unranked spiritual skill, 1 Hand Blade, Perfection, unranked spiritual skill, 3 Shadow Kick, Perfection, Level 1 Spiritual Skill, Confusion Footwork, Perfection, Level 1 Spiritual Skill, Willow Sword Style, Perfection, Level 1 Spiritual Skill, Ghost Jade Claw, Perfection, Level 1. Spiritual Skill, Howling Tiger Fist, Perfection, Level 1 Spiritual Skill, Sonic Shockwave, Perfection, Special Spiritual Skill, Hand of the Earth, Perfection, System Coins, 33. Looking at the list of spiritual skills in the system, Ling Shiqi thought to himself, I've already cultivated so many spiritual skills without realizing it. Chapter 26. Although Lin Shiqi had cultivated a lot of spiritual skills, half of them were not ranked. These spiritual skills were not very useful, and the key was that they were all rank 1 spiritual skills. Only 2 of them were given by the Delta Origi, and the rest were snatched. Moreover, these rank 1 spiritual skills were distributed very well. There were movement techniques, sword techniques, fist and palm techniques, and the surprising sound wave technique. The Hand of Earth was also useful, and could be considered as a great supplement. Lin Shiqi nodded his head in satisfaction. He was confident that even in the pure spirit realm, his strength was one of the top few. Of course, he did not become arrogant because in his eyes, the real opponents were not these captured children. After thinking for a while, Lin Shiqi felt that what he lacked the most now was a handy weapon. His original rank 1 spiritual weapon, the fine iron sword, was destroyed by the blood-spotted leopard. The long sword he was using now was just an ordinary weapon, and it was already a bit of a burden. There were still about 10 days before the next spray of cultivation materials, so he could not count on it for the time being. Thus, Lin Shiqi saw that he still had 33 system coins. Staring at the lottery interface, Lin Shiqi decided to use the system coins to draw 3 times. This was the only use of the system coins at present, and it would be a waste if he did not use it. But thinking of the prizes he had drawn before, the only valuable thing was the lightning arrow, and it was a one-time use item. As for the other 2 things, it was not worth mentioning. Lin Shiqi shook his head, adjusted his mentality, and clicked on the beginner lottery 3 times in a row. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beginner prize, 10 thorny ropes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beginner prize, 1 fine dagger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beginner prize, 1 strengthening talisman. There were a few extra things in the tree hole. Lin Shiqi looked at them one by one. He first picked up a thorny rope, each of which was about 10 feet long, with more than a dozen barbed iron caltrops strung on it. I can use this as an early warning method. If I hide the thorny rope in the quagmire, it will alarm me if someone or a monster approaches. This thing was still useful. Then, he picked up the dagger and casually played with it a few times. He felt that it was quite handy, mainly because the spiritual power was transferred smoothly, and it was much better than the small dagger from before. Lin Shiqi directly threw the original dagger to the system and exchanged it for 6 system coins, but it was not enough for 1 lottery. Finally, he looked at the strengthening talisman. It was a yellowed talisman paper with a mysterious blue pattern engraved on it. When Lin Shiqi picked it up, a line of words appeared beside it. It can increase the grade of spirit tools below the 3rd rank by 1. Oh. Lin Shiqi was a little surprised. This strengthening talisman was a good thing. If he had a level 2 spiritual chi weapon, he could directly raise it to level 3 with the strengthening talisman. Even level 2 spiritual chi had a level 2 spiritual chi's was level 2 spiritual chi level, a level 2 spiritual chi, a level 2 spiritual level 3 spiritual chi. Of course, this was to maximize the effectiveness of the strengthening talisman. If it really did not work, it was completely acceptable to raise the level 1 spiritual chi to level 2. At this time, Lin Shiqi glanced at the long sword beside him, then put away the strengthening talisman. An ordinary long sword was not worth using this strengthening talisman. Although it could give him another level 1 spiritual weapon, to be honest, Lin Shiqi's improvement was not very big. He planned to wait until the next eruption of cultivation resources. It would be best if he could get a spiritual weapon, if not, he would use it on this long sword. Then, Lin Shiqi spent some time to arrange the thorny rope and entered into cultivation. In this trip, he completely felt the benefits of being strong, so he should speed up his cultivation. While Lin Shiqi was cultivating, on the other side, in an open space near the mountain wall, there were about 30 people busily going in and out. They were talking and laughing, and it looked quite lively. They had already set up a few sheds in the surrounding area. In the largest shed in the center, a tall young man was sitting on a stone stool. Looking at his expression, he did not seem to be in a good mood. Beside him stood a black-faced young man, smiling as he said, "Leader, don't mind it too much. This time, it's fine to let that brat Yushursi take advantage of us. After all, we were few in number and could not use force. When Wu Liqui and the rest return, we will reorganize and teach that brat a lesson." The person sitting there was actually the leader of the Belichuan, an expert of the pure spirit realm, the one who changed his name to Bailey Qing. The Belichuan had just been established not long ago. Although they had already won over many people in the early stages, the other pure spirit realm experts all followed suit and established their own forces. All of a sudden, there was a conflict in terms of recruitment. Especially some high-level spirit cultivators of the spirit gathering realm, they were the focus of competition among several forces. Not long ago, the Belichuan brought people to recruit a small team of 4. The leader of the team was at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, while the rest of the team members were at the 7th and 8th level. They were not weak at all. However, Yushursi appeared out of nowhere. Yushursi had also established his own force, called the Yushu clan. He also brought people to recruit that small team. At that time, Bailey Qing did not bring many people with him, but Yushursi brought a total of 30 people with him. Since he was inferior, Bailey Qing could only take a step back. However, he could not take this lying down. That Yushursi is a slippery fellow. His mouth is full of cannons. I really want to tear his mouth apart. Oh right, why is Wu Liqui not back yet? It should be enough time. Blood 51, did something happen to them? The moment the Belichuan thought of Yushursi, his entire body was filled with anger. Suddenly, he recalled that the small team he sent out to fetch water had yet to return. Blood 51, who was standing at the side, pondered for a moment before replying, "It shouldn't be." With the strength of their group, even if they encountered a pure spirit realm expert, they would still be able to put up a fight. Furthermore, the rank 1 demonic beast has yet to appear. I really can't imagine what kind of accident could have happened. Hearing this, Bailey Qing nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, a person rushed in from outside. His expression was somewhat flustered, and he was carrying a blood-stained cloth bag in his hand. Captain, it's bad." The moment that person entered, he shouted incoherently. "What do you mean it's bad?" "Captain is doing well." Blood 51 immediately reprimanded. Bailey Qing waved his hand and his gaze landed on the cloth bag. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. "Don't panic. Speak, what happened?" "Captain, when I was patrolling outside, someone suddenly said that he wanted to join the Belichuan. I took a look and saw that he was only at the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. I thought that this person did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I dismissed him. However, he said that he came with sincerity. He wanted to tell Captain a secret, so he gave me this thing. Inside is. The person stuttered as he spoke. Bailey Qing's expression changed as if he had thought of something. He took a step forward and snatched the cloth bag. When he opened it, he saw that it was Wu Liqui's head. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.